Big Sills. Any given Sunday, it's not just a movie. Okay? It's not just a movie. That's exactly who the NFL is, any given Sunday. And I always love it when the fans come out and go, well, you know, they got a lot of backups in. I've told you this before, and I'll continue to tell you this. It's not just about talent in the NFL. It's about winning the war of attrition. That may be even more important than how talented you think you are when you go into a regular season and you tell me you have the best roster in the NFL. It doesn't matter. Do you have the best roster at the end of the season? Do you have enough depth to get you through the bumps and bruises that you're going to go through? There were a couple factors in that Eagle disappointment versus the Jets in the Meadowlands. Hey, man, listen to this laundry list. When you lose Slay, Jalen Carter, Ricks, Lane Johnson, Milton Williams, Roby, at significant parts of a game, or sometimes for the entire game, what did you expect was going to happen when you turn the ball over 4 times? This happens. Your offensive line was mediocre. Do you know Jalen Hurts was hit 20 times? Or he had 20 pressures. 20 pressures on him in that game. 20 pressures. Your O-line was average. Once Lane left, it was average. What did you think your secondary was going to be when you lose all those names and all that depth? Hey, quite frankly, I really don't have a problem too much with the defense because for the life of me, I really can't find out on this stat sheet here where the Jets beat you until we get to coaching. Once again, your shit coaching was on display. You have shit coaching. Let me say this. I'll take that back. You have one side of the ball that has shit coaching. One side of the ball. I think the side did a heck of a job. I really do. I don't think he did that poor a job in light of all the injuries. You lost Milton Williams, too, in there for a little bit. That's rotation. Something else. I'm going to do something here that not one media person will say. Jalen Hurts cost you that football game, whether you like it or not. But Sills, he kept us in that game. No shit. That's why he makes $50 million. No shit. Say it. He cost you the game. Why are you running a pass play with the lead with the other team with no timeouts? I had to call the timeout myself and said, we're not doing that, or audible out of it. Hurts cost you the game. The turnovers are becoming more significant. And then this is what you get with certain fans. Well, this wasn't his fault. This wasn't his fault. That was his fault. He's got 7 picks through 6 games. Last year, I think it was through 15 games, he had 6 picks total. He's got as many turnovers with interceptions as he does touchdown passes this year. It's becoming a problem. Turnovers, fumbles. There is no doubt that quarterback is regressing. Is it play calling? You bet your ass it is. The situational offensive decision-making that goes into that game plan, who in their right mind thought that throwing the ball 45 times was a winning formula against a team that had been struggling all year long against the run. 40, Jalen Hurts, whether you like it or not, is not a 45 attempt guy a game. You want to see something and you want to hear this. And the fact that they're trying to raise his passing numbers, it's creating more turnover opportunities. That's what it's done. It's created more turnover opportunities. Man, you got to be smarter. You got to be smarter. Your coaching staff, your head coach, the whole thing. Why? And I kept asking all of you, okay? I kept asking all of you, why would you hire training wheel coaches when you feel you're this close to the Super Bowl? And it's on display. BJ's trying to call plays like he's McVay and has staff. Hey, can you put that up there for me, Tone, please? I appreciate it. The super chat. Brian Johnson trying to call plays like he's McVay and has Stafford at quarterback. Hurts isn't that type of quarterback. Amen. This is why Hurts has looked uncomfortable all year. Right. They're redefining him. And they're changing his game into something he's not. If Jalen Hurts regresses this year and that team doesn't go as far as it should, you have nobody to blame but Howie Roseman. Why in the world would you come out of what that kid is? Let me say something to you about him in the first half. I actually liked the way he was playing. That 19-play drive, doesn't it show you something about Brian Johnson, too, once he has to go off script? He's not very good. They scripted that 19-play drive. It was great. Once they had to go in-game adjustments and situational play calling, it was terrible. It was terrible. I got nothing, Sills. You're nailing it. Jalen and that offensive coaching staff are failing. It's really a little bit here unfair to Jalen. Because you know why? He's a really good coachable player. And he's going to put his faith into the coaching staff that they know what the fuck they're doing. But they don't. He's regressing because of the way he's being coached. You got wide receivers now. And by the way, this love affair with A.J. Brown is at the expense of being a balanced offense. It is not helpful. Yeah, but Sills, he's on historic paces. So what? Relax. Props to the Jets for the W. Our own did us in, and we paid for it. We looked lethargic all game. There's nowhere on this stat sheet where you were, as a Jet, you looked at it and went, wow, nobody had a game. Nobody had a great game for the Jets. Why are you throwing the ball when that's not who you are? Jalen's passing game is set up through his legs, not vice versa. You were shut out in the second half. That offense was shut out by the Jets practice squad. You were beat by the practice squad. You were beat by the practice squad. Say it again. How are we going to take accountability for hiring Brian Johnson? No, that's why coaches in Philly get fired. Okay? Flat out. Dude, what's the problem? Tom Brady has lost games in New England for the Patriots. Aaron Rodgers and Peyton Manning have lost games. Why is it so difficult for Eagle fans to go, Jalen shit the bed in the second half and cost us the game? What's the problem? He knows it too. Why is it the only people on the planet are Eagle fans that don't know that? This is not protecting him. When you're an elite guy in this league and you make that money, what did you think this was going to be? Kissing cheerleaders and cashing paychecks? Joe Burrow sucked and rightfully hammered, but not your golden boy. What is that? Show some balls. Put accountability where it is. Your head coach, your OC, and your quarterback. What is your problem? Good grief. Did injuries play a factor in that loss? Absolutely. Did coaching? Absolutely. Did the quarterback? Absolutely. Happens. If you ask me, it's obvious Jalen sucked yesterday. Anyone who defends him should turn in their Eagle card and bury their head in the sand. However, even I'm going to defend him. They're killing him. That coaching staff is killing him. I'm telling you, man, somebody needs to save that kid before the coaches destroy him. You know, you can get bad coaching. You can get bad coaching. They are treating him like he is a Tiffany crystal instead of a football player. That team is a Super Bowl team. That unit is not. You have worse coaches. Again, I don't want to throw Sean Desai into that. Because I think he's getting better every week. Dude, that guy's losing player after player after player after player after player, and he's still doing a good job. He is a massive upgrade from Jonathan Gannon. Okay? Your coordinator on offense is terrible. Fire him? For who? The guy who was 2-5? You're going to put Nick Sirianni in there? He was 2-5 with Hurts. Going to get to my takeaways now. The theme for yesterday was arrogance. That's tone talking. By the way, he'll be with us at 3:30. Gary Cobb is always 4:30. Armando Salguero, the Miami Dolphins are next. That's going to be interesting. They're number 1 in passing and rushing. 3rd in sacks. I can't wait to see this thing. You better pray to God Lane's playing. Okay? You better pray to God Lane's playing. And he's 100%. Because they're going to put 50 on you. That ain't Zach Wilson. Sirianni and Brian Johnson's arrogance cost us. Absolutely, man. Keon says that he feels that the Eagles overlooked the Jet team. No way. Your injuries made that game even. That was not a 9-spread game. Hey, how many people go, listen to this. And Keon, let me show you this. How many people think that that's a 9-point spread when you lose Ricks, Slay, Jalen Carter, Lane Johnson, Milton Williams, Roby? How many people think that that's a 9-point spread? I don't. Your offensive line became average. All those injuries made the game closer by kickoff. And by end game, it was a coin flip. And they lost Reed Blankenship too. That's right. When you lose all those players, look how many starters you lost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You lost 5 starters, and you think that game was going to be a 9-point spread? That's a coin flip game. Coin flip. Now, we're just bet. No, you're not. When you lose, when you lose 5 starters, significant guys, team captains, your best linemen were out in that game. Lane and Jalen Carter. How in the world do you think that that is a 9-point spread? It became evident when you saw the play calling. I tell you what, man. Why in the world did you get away from Swift? You had it going in the first half. They just got away from it. That coaching staff panicked when Lane went out. They panicked. You know why Hurts was sitting on the side dumbfounded? He's probably sitting there going, why are we doing this? It wasn't that he was rattled. He was not rattled. He was rattled by the coaching decisions. You think that kid is a kid that gets rattled? No way. No way. He's been through too much. Jalen Hurts does not get rattled. He was dumbfounded by the coaching in-game adjustments. He was quietly pissed off. Wasn't panicking, dumbfounded. You think 2 quarters is going to unravel Jalen Hurts? Not even I believe that. Not even I believe that. The side loses players, he adjusts. Sirianni Johnson lose one guy, and they forget how to play football. As soon as Lane went out, didn't you see the air come out of the whole entire offense? And then guess what they did? They put him in a comfort zone twice. Rolling right and throwing to AJ. Rolling right, throwing to AJ. Dude, did you hear what they were saying at the end of the game? We knew Hurts would throw an interception. That offense became so predictable, it was like watching a high school football game. Lane has high ankle sprain and could be out 3 weeks. Biggest loss by far. Enormous loss. Let me give you my takeaways now. Then we're going to go into the numbers. This was an injury-packed, shitty coaching, and poor decision-making by Hurts loss. No 3 ways other than those 3 ways cost you that game. Lane's always here. We need a new. No, you do not need a new right tackle. Okay? No, you do not. That coaching staff is holding you back. It is so the whole thing from the head coach down. He'll get in front of the media and lie to you all through his teeth about how good it and now everything was his fault and shit. You're preaching today, Big Sills. Jalen did lose us the game. And to make it worse, we ignored our strength in running against their weakness, their run defense. Jalen should be between 25 and 30 attempts. Run the freaking ball. DC's good. He is good, Prince. Prince, he is good. He is good. I like Sean Desai. I think Sean Desai, he's growing on me even more each and every single week. I thought he did When I give you the numbers here, you're going to go like this. How'd they lose? Turnovers. That's right. Shitty play calling, bad decision making. My aunt don't like me dropping the F-bomb, so I can't do it that many times. What I said on Friday, run the ball 48 times. What they do? They threw it 45 times. Why is it so important for him to have 4,200 passing yards at the expense of turnovers? Don't you feel this? If Patrick Mahomes could not have to throw the ball 600 times in a year or 700 times in a year and have fewer turnover opportunities, he would much rather have that? I'll bet you any quarterback would. Because with Mahomes, it's not about stats anymore. It's about Lombardi trophies. The only way that Jalen Hurts validates that contract moving forward is if he wins the Lombardi trophy. Anything short of that is a failure. Failure. It's a failure in Dallas. Right now, it's a failure. "45 passing attempts is absurd. Lane Johnson going down without a question. You hope that it's not going to be a lingering thing that goes on. Excluding Jalen Hurts' rushing attempts, the Eagles only ran the ball 14 times. 14 times for the second best rushing attack in the NFL. And you thought it was in your best interest to get away from that. Who made that decision? What coordinator in their right mind would go, hey, we're the second best team running the ball. Let's not do it. Where's your common sense? Where's your common sense? Dude, if I'm a heavyweight knockout artist, I'm not going to try to sit there and spar with you. I'm throwing haymakers. You could have wore that Jets team out. Sills, I'm an old guy, and coaches are giving me that Randall Cunningham vibes. Let Jalen be Jalen. Wheels. I don't think they're letting Jalen be Jalen. I think, they're putting the brakes on, like when those coaches went in there with like Gruden and those guys and tried to put the brakes on Randall. And then when they got him up there, Brian Billick went like this, go be Randall Cunningham. And that's when Randall Cunningham, you were like, that's Randall Cunningham. Everybody in Philly must have looked at that when they saw Randall Cunningham in Minnesota, the year they went 15-1. You must have went like this. Holy shit, they overcoached him in Philly at the end of his tenure. Right? Right. Brian Billick said it. That's a guy, you just keep him in the sandbox. Don't let him get too nuts. And he's going to complete a ton of passes for you. Callie Green goes, one game, everyone's all ready to burn the place down. It's all year your coaching sucks. Now you're getting into them. Hey, I see a couple more losses coming. Especially with the significant injuries. Oh, yeah. You got 3 more losses coming your way. Easily. This is not one game. You mean to tell me you're going to stand up there, Callie Green, and lie like Nick Sirianni and go like this? Brian Johnson's done a great job all year play calling. And just sit there and lie. You're really going to sit there and do that? Tone's like, this is not just one game. This has been building up. The offense has been screwing around all year and finally bit him in the ass. Against the Jets. Against the Jets team that had the U-Hauls ready. They're 2-3. And you lost to a Jets team that the defense had pretty much surrendered. The offense couldn't get untracked at all year long, and you let that team off the hook. Your coaches, your head coach and your OC are just not very good. They're just not very good. Play drive. I really liked it. What happened after that? You had a 19-play drive going, and then what happened? You know why? Because you scripted it, you predetermined it, you knew what you were going to do and had confidence in it, and then when you had to actually call plays in the game, you couldn't do it. Plain and simple. Lane goes down, you panicked. Tone, no disrespect to anybody. And I know Farsetta said it because I listened to the post game, and he said that it's the first time he's ever seen Jalen on the bench. I didn't take it that way. I took it Jalen Hurts was sitting there going, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on? Why am I throwing the ball so much? Why are we not running it down their throat? We have a Hall of Fame center. We have the entire left side going. What is going? We have a running back who's second in the NFL in rushing. It's just he didn't look confused. Yeah, he looked confused. Sure did. He looked confused because the coaches are confusing him. There's no clarity on the offensive side of the ball. There's no clarity. Dude, Jalen Hurts kept you in that game. At the end, he cost you the game because they asked him to do too much. But here, as hard as I am on him right now, Tom Brady's lost games. Peyton Manning's lost games. Matthew Stafford's lost games. All the greats have lost. Joe Montana's lost games. What is your problem? So what? Do I think you're going to win more games, a ton of more games with that kid than lose? Absolutely. Get over yourselves. It's okay to go. Man, I'll tell you this. Some of you guys cannot take coaching, nor could you. Because me, Jalen, you sucked. Now, Jalen's going to take that hard coaching like Brady would. And it's going to motivate him for the next week. Because you know why? You can step on that gas pedal of Jalen Hurts. Carson Wentz, you can't. A loss like that is why Wentz is unemployed. A loss like that is why you'll be in that Dolphin game. You know, he said something pretty poignant that's true. I do think he's going to learn from this. You may not be trusting those guys on the sidelines, and he may have to have more of a say in what direction they're going. If that's me, I look at Jalen Hurts. If I'm Hurts and I'm making that kind of money, that's my team. We ain't throwing the ball with a minute something left in the game with the lead on the road. And we've got a ton of injuries. And what do? We're throwing out patterns. When we've struggled all day long and we've thrown the ball too much, and now they're starting to pick up tendencies. The guy even said, dude, I got the guy who said it. He said it at the press conference. Coaches just knew that Jalen was going to throw. Here, Tony Adams. Jets coaches knew that Hurts was going to throw a pick because he was eyeballing down AJ all game long. You were predictable, as I've been saying. Why did you get away from Swift? Why'd you get away from him? And get this. Here's even more arrogance to this. So you throw the ball 45 times, and Hurts was pressured more than any time since he's been a starting quarterback in Philadelphia. He was pressured 20 times in that game. And yet you felt it was in the best interest to throw the ball when you had been pressured in that game more than any game in his entire coaching career and playing career. But you thought it was in the best interest to still throw the ball and get away from the run. Why? What bullshit excuse will Sirianni have at his press conference? I can't wait. It was my call. Well, then you're dumb. Then you don't have a feel for it. Why would you come out of your identity? They're trying to be a finesse team. Those coaches want Jalen Hurts to be a finesse passer instead of the bulldog he is. It just doesn't make sense. That entire outside of the 19-play drive, that entire game made no sense. I didn't know where they were going. There was no mental thinking about it. There was no rhythm to it. Dude, you were establishing Swift. All of a sudden, it was gone. And it was Lane. The injury went, wham. Tell you what, man, that coaching staff just melted right in front of everyone's eyes. Shit, that coaching staff couldn't win a playoff game to save their life. That coaching staff is so far behind the players. Let me put it to you this way. That coaching staff, and I keep saying that, and I don't mean to disrespect the Desai, because I think he's coming along. I'm saying this to you. That coaching staff is hurting your team. It's hurting your team. They're hurting the team and Hurts. Jalen Hurts is regressing as a football player. What's the point of having as many touchdown passes as interceptions and turnovers if the kid throws for 4,300 yards? And you get outrated by Zach Wilson. What's the point? What's the point? I don't get it. Reddick has been electric. He's been electric. Last 2 games, 5 sacks. Tell you what, it really was the injury. This guy's going to get man, he was dude, he kept the last 2 weeks. He has been a bullet. Man, he is some ball player. I'll tell you, man. I mean, he is a football player. He may not be the greatest tackler or cover, but I'll tell you, he's everywhere. You have to listen, when you're game planning the Eagle defense, you have to game plan him. You have to game plan him. Killing it. I couldn't have been more wrong about that kid. Hey, is he a slow starter? Okay, well, get this. Now that you know his MO, shit, dude. He's going to be I would not be surprised if he ended up with 14 sacks this year. I would not be surprised. He is a football player. You know, Hurts is second in the NFL in interceptions. Crazy. Nakobe Dean, 3 tackles. I don't know. I mean, okay. Desai hit him. Hey, Jordan Davis playing his ass off. Jordan Davis is a recreated individual. He is a recreated individual. I don't recognize that guy. I mean, to me, he looks like a junior Fletcher Cox. You see Fletcher Cox bend that guy over? Did you see him bend that guy over, man? They brought in a backup. Fletcher destroyed him. Jordan Davis, I'll tell you what, man. He is a completely different football player. I cannot believe it. And I'll tell you this. Jets had all kinds of issues running the ball with him in there. And, man, he was really good. Really good. And him playing really good like that, here, this is what I would tell you about Nakobe Dean. Okay, I guess. I don't know. Nothing great. 3 tackles. You know, he's kind of a decent tackler. He's not great. He's just a dude right now. And maybe that could be because he hasn't had a ton of reps. We'll see. But I think, get this. So they thought they'd put him in that Jets game because they were taking that game for light. Some of you said, hey, Sills, you think they took that game lightly? That's probably why they wanted to try to get Nakobe Dean some reps, because you're going to need a guy who can cover against the Dolphins, who can drop back into coverage, because the Dolphins are coming. And they put up points and they put up yards and they run the ball. That's going to be some game, man. Okay, pause. Who do you, I don't know who Fletcher bent over, man, but he bent some dude over. And it was crazy, man. I just don't get the mentality that you had. Okay? I just do not get the mentality of why they thought it was in the best interest to throw the ball 45 freaking times with an offense that likes to hang around 30 passes and 30 runs. That's who they are. But get this, Lane's injury, they freaked out. Stop blaming the freaking out on do you really think Jalen panics? Okay? Do you think that how many people in here really think that Jalen Hurts was panicking on the sideline or confused or didn't know what was going on? Or maybe he was this. Why are we throwing the ball, creating 3 and outs, and keeping the Jets in the game, like Big Sil said? If you get 3 and outs and you allow a shitty team to stay, you deserve to get beat. You deserve it. Then you throw 4 turnovers, or you have 4 turnovers and 3 picks. Game. Absolute game. Here are the numbers. First downs, 24 for the Eagles, 17 for the Jets. Total plays. Eagles ran 10 more plays than the Jets did. The Jets ran under 60 plays and beat you. How in the world does an NFL football team run 59 plays and beat you? So please live stream games. Would have loved to see your reaction live yesterday, because my old lady got after me for how I was acting. 30D, I got you, brother. Total yards, 348 to 244. And the Eagles played like shit, and they had 100 yards more than them. Where are they beating you? 268 passing to 155. Here's the number, 4 turnovers. And here's the other number, the abandonment of the thing you do. Here, what's more absurd? The 80, you were outrushed by the Jets. Let me. Hold on. The Jets outrushed the Eagles? Dude, I would have put a prop bet. I would bet my house on that. It would never happen. The Jets outrushed you? 89 to 80. You had 80 yards rushing. You thought because Lane wasn't in there, it was in your best interest not to run the ball. Who made that call? If that's your head coach, you're looking at Brandon Staley II. Who made that fundamental decision in game? Well, let's just stop running the ball. Who did that? Doesn't the head coach, who was an offensive coordinator, chime in and go, what are we doing? That's a head coach's responsibility. What are we doing? Run that fucker. Run it. Swift is killing it. What are we doing? Hey, and then like this, at the end of the game, Lane only has a lateral sprain and can play Sunday. Good, they're going to need him. Get this, too. Think about where, hey, aren't you thinking this way? late in the game. It was 17-14, right? Aren't you thinking this like late in the game? Aren't you thinking this late? You're going like this. Look, well, okay, we have the lead. We have what was it? It was late in the game. Eagles had the lead, right? You have the lead. You have the lead. All the injuries happened. And what you did was you played right into a weakness, throwing the ball and telegraphing it as always. The entire right side of your offensive line was backups. Passing fundamentally works against them. Get those young guys rushing forward. Don't make them backpedal 45 times against an elite Jets defensive front seven. That's exactly where the game was changing. Dude, if I got a young player, I want him run blocking, not pass protecting versus Quentin Williams. It's a nightmare scenario. Where in that process don't you know where you are in the game? Keon goes, you got to give the Jets credit. For what? The Eagles gift wrapping a win? Give them credit for what? Where on here did they beat them? Because they hung around? It's because the Eagles didn't do the right fundamental thing. They thought throwing the ball. The Eagles went into this football game. I don't know. Did they think they were going to throw? I really do believe. You know what happened? Can I say this? Robert, watch this. Let me show you how incompetent your offensive coaches are, including your head coach. Because the two corners were out, 2022 week 9 against Commanders all over again. Let me say this to you. Do you know that they had a meeting probably on Saturday night? Hey, both corners are out. We can exploit that. Let's go after those corners and let's let Jalen eat throwing the ball. Instead of getting into the game and having a feel for the game, they had a predetermined call on what they were going to do in the game. That's not play calling. That's not you don't have a strategy. You don't have a strategy in a battle. You have a fundamental idea where you're going to attack and what weaknesses and strengths are. You don't attack something until you know it's a weakness. Get this. They took the play calling of Robert Saleh and the defensive coaches on the Jets, and they didn't really think that they could outcoach him. They did. With the JV Jets team. They went into that game sitting around as coaches on a Saturday night. Both corners are out. They got a ton of people out in their old line. And in my opinion, it wasn't the players that weren't prepared. It was the coaches that weren't prepared and underestimated their opponent. That is so inexplicable, and it's so much a sign of inexperience. It's mind-numbing. It was like JV coaches think like that. Well, let me go into this game because, they don't have these personnel guys in here. That's not how you coach. You don't know what they're going to look like. Sirianni admitted that they changed their game plan when they found Sauce Gardner was going to be out. Why would you do that until you got into the game? What is our obsession with passing? Pacheco, Mozart, Arcane, Christian McCaffrey, 90% of the top offenses are getting up through the run, yet we seem allergic to it. It's arrogance, like Tone said. It's arrogance. Listen to this. So when I heard Sauce Gardner, I knew it. When I heard Sauce Gardner and the other guy was out, I went like this. I guarantee you they throw that ball 30. I didn't think 45. I thought 35 plus. They sure did. They are so predictable. Dude, the guy Desai, No matter what pieces there's not a chance in hell that Jonathan Gannon would be doing the job that Sean Desai is doing. This guy's putting cars together with spare parts from a junkyard. And he's putting all together. And he's doing a good job, man. I like him. That guy's a coaching candidate, man. I mean it. He's finding, you know what he is? He's a problem solver. You know what your offensive coaches are? Problem makers. You made that game so easy for the Jets to win. You did everything predictable. Everything. Do you know the only thing that wasn't predictable in that game? What do you think the only thing that wasn't predictable in that game? Was the kicker not making the field goal? That was the only thing that wasn't predictable in that game. I mean it. Dude, are you good in the secondary? No, but they got around it. Because Reddick and Davis, and like I've been telling you, your best defensive lineman on a week-to-week base is Josh Sweat. That guy is so good. I'll tell you what, man, Brian Burns is a really fine ball player in Carolina. Is he better than Josh Sweat? I don't know. Maybe like that, but that guy makes $20 million. Carolina wanted 3 ones for him. They weren't going to surrender him. He is good. Man, no. Sweat is great. He's a great football player, man. Dude, the only thing, seriously, that wasn't predictable in that game was Jake Elliott missing that field goal. I was floored too. I was like, shit, really? Wow. Everything when Lane went out, man, went the other way. Can you imagine how much of the sphincter muscle must have closed up even more when he missed that field goal with that coaching staff? That's where in the world are you calling a pass play for Jalen late in a ball game when you have the lead? Why are you doing that? Oh, frustrating. Because you know what? They're going to cost you another game. Wait a minute. Your coaching staffs have already cost you big games. Hey, man. And by the way, I already hear people going like this about the Niners. The Niners lost to a historical, insane defensive football team in Cleveland. No team since the merger, the 1970 Minnesota Vikings, have given up fewer yards already 6 games into the season. That's the Purple People Eaters. No team has given up fewer yards. That's the best defense in the National Football League. And why did Jim Schwartz leave? I'm curious. Tell me something. Why did Schwartz leave Philly? Was he asked to leave, or was it after Doug he wanted out too, when he didn't get the head coaching job? What happened? I think it's actually Greasy 206. And the second team is the Ravens. He left after the Super Bowl? Shit, man. He retired? Well, he's unretired with the top defense in the league. And by the way, Eagles, Cowboys, Niners, all those guys can say whatever they want. That Cleveland team, and Tony and I said it to you a year ago, that Myles Garrett, next time I hear somebody telling me about the defensive player of the year being Michael Parsons, you run that by Myles Garrett first. That guy is from sideline to sideline, in the backfield, covering. He is Lawrence Taylor. He looks more like Lawrence Taylor. That's how Taylor plays. That is more like Taylor. Can't run at him. He's great against the run. He gets up the field. That guy is a first ballot, bona fide defensive football dog. That is a player. Parsons is a perpetrator. We'll see tonight. You know, I was gonna go knee deep into this thing here with Hurts, but I'm not now. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because in my conversation with you just now, it really is the coaches that are killing this kid. Can bad coaching send you the other way? Look at Russell Wilson. What's different with Russell Wilson since he left Seattle? Pete Carroll. Not everybody's Tom Brady. They take the system with them. You see, remember they used to call Tom Brady a system quarterback? Well, Tom brought that system, his system. Yeah, Tom's a system quarterback. His system. Created for him. Developed for him. And he put it in Tampa. Coaches like Sean Payton and these other guys, they have a system. And they want you to play in that system. Jalen Hurts does not fit in Brian Johnson's system. Yeah, but Sills, it's the same. Is it? Is it? Look at Scott, what he's saying. Carroll wasn't calling plays for Russ. It's his environment. He picks the coaches. Your guy doesn't. You want to know the difference? In theory, he is. You're not throwing the ball 50 times. We're running it with beast mode. That's my call. That's my call. You see, that's a true head coach. Not the one you got. Shane Steichen is clearly missed. Okay? This guy Scott doesn't know shit from Shinola. Two of the best coaches in the last 25 years in the NFL have been defensive coaches. Bill Belichick and Pete Carroll. They've been together to 9 Super Bowls as head coaches. I was going to go knee deep in here on Hurts, but I'm going to say this to you once again. Hey, look, because he knows this. He knows this. Okay? He sucked. But here's my overall evaluation of Jalen Hurts in that game. Yeah, Mike Tomlin, too. Isn't it funny? Some of the greatest coaches that are in the sport right now are defensive coaches. You know why? Those defensive coaches have total say and autonomy in the hirings of their assistants. Tomlin has complete autonomy. Carroll does, and so does Belichick. Your boy doesn't. He gets it off a fax machine. Handed to him by Howie. Hurts knows this, what I'm going to say. Jalen Hurts, man, look, seriously, first half, I liked the way he was playing. I really did. There were a couple dime passes he threw. I was great, but then the volume became too much. And then it started wearing off. Then you know what happens when you play against a fastball pitcher after a while? You catch up with the speed of the pitch, right? You catch up with it. The key with the Eagles is this. When Jalen Hurts is out there, what is the most intimidating thing that Jalen Hurts does? What's the most intimidating thing? He keeps you guessing. He keeps you guessing. They abandoned and went and became a one-dimensional. Dude, if you're going to be one-dimensional, why don't you hang on to one dimension that he's great at? Jalen Hurts is a better open field runner than passer. and he's getting better passing. By the way, the numbers, here's why I look at Jalen again, and I know it's coaching. Okay? What did Hurts have as a percentage? What was he, 66 in that game? Was he 66 in that game? 66 completion percentage? Didn't he hang around that number? 62. Lower. You know why? More volume passes. You had 40. That number needs to be around 66, but 30 attempts max. And that's that's what makes him so electric. 62%. And you're one-dimensional. And you panic because Lane went out. Coaching. Devontae Smith was playing with olive oil on his damn gloves. That's becoming a problem. You get this. How about this? I'm going to surrender this to you guys. And then you tell me what you think. Is it that Jalen Hurts wants to get A.J. Brown all the targets? Or is it he's a one-read guy? If you pick one or the other, it's still horrible for the offense. Okay? Sills, I don't think he's engaged because he's not getting as many targets. Keon, you know what, Keon? I'm not going to believe he has that mentality. I don't believe that mentality. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just going to choose not to believe that. Because I don't think he exhibits that. Okay? Okay? Smith has 10 targets yesterday. He's got to catch those footballs. Hurts' passing attempts have increased every single week. They're getting away from his strength. They're recreating him. They're changing Jalen Hurts who he is and who they're not. Get this. The guy they paid, that ain't him. How about this, man? Do you guys agree? Hey, Tone, how many targets did AJ get in that game? So, that's not the guy you paid for. That's not the product you bought. Okay? It's not what you paid for. AJ had 9, Swift 10, Swift 10. Smith had 11. So Devontae Smith had 11 targets, and AJ had 9. I thought it was a higher boy, that's pretty good production there by AJ. AJ had only 9 targets and 7 catches for 131. That's really good. Okay, that's really good. But look at these numbers here. Look at these numbers. 28 of 45. I circled that 45 like, what? 280, 1 touchdown, 3 picks, 59.5 rating. Zach Wilson, 19 for 33, 186, no touchdowns, no picks, 73.5. So Zach Wilson was more of a factor at the quarterback position when it came to the passing game than Jalen Hurts was, because Hurts' numbers really are all negative numbers, especially with those turnovers. What's the point of throwing the ball 45 times if you're hurting your team? Excuse me, but here's where you go here. If you guys were down 10 or 15, or you guys were down by 21 points, I get the high volume of throws. I get the high value. And I understand that. I get it. I do. But when you're a running team and you're second in the league, get this, you went into this Jets game with your least productive part of your offense and thought you were going to beat the Jets. You know why? Because on a Saturday night over pizza, you guys heard that the Jets lost their corners. And you thought that that was going to be the proper approach. Instead of waiting to get to the game and to get into the game to see how that was all going to play out. You had a predetermined notion and you disrespected your opponent and you got beat for it. When things didn't start going your way, Lane gets hurt, you panic. All of a sudden you see the Jets are doing a good job. You didn't know what to do. The whole offense was confused. That's right. You got it, Tone. Eagles took the bait. How many times do you hear people go, oh, they lost their right tackle? Oh, why do you think teams put that shit out sometimes? So that exactly what happened to the Philadelphia Eagles happens to them. Well, you lost both your corners. That's what we're going to attack. Anybody in their right mind that's a good coach doesn't think that way. You go into the game to wait to see how they're going to adjust to that. You don't know. What if their front four gets home? Hey, your corners haven't been playing great, but you know what they've done? They've brought heat, and Sweat and Reddick and Davis are getting home. That's how you're helping your secondary. Is Dallas on the team because they never look his way in the red zone? The red zone used to be a tight end thing. Death row. They got away from Swift too. Okay? They got away from Swift. Let me close this up here with Hurts here, though. What would I give Jalen Hurts? Look at these numbers right now, what he's trending to. He's trending to 600 attempts. Last year, he had like 430. 400 completions. 43-69, 20 picks and 20 interceptions with an 84.7 rating. That's what he's trending to. That's not Super Bowl numbers. 20 turnovers? You won't win your division. All because the Eagles want to improve his passing numbers at the expense of what the team does best. Why have Jeff Stoutland on the team? And get this, when you're in the game, help me on this. There were 20 pressures on your quarterback, the most any Eagle quarterback has had since 17. And you thought it was in the best interest to throw the ball 45 times. Like, who makes that call? Didn't somebody in game, somebody upstairs in the booth go, he's getting hit a lot. Why don't we run it? And then get this. Say you do that at the back end of the game with a minute 30-something left. You have him throw an out pattern. Oh, I know why. Because you knew both corners were out. Get this. Both corners were out for the Jets. And a backup picked it off. And you lost because of your Saturday night pizza meal. Congratulations. You were out coached Saturday night. These guys aren't good on offense. Nick Sirianni's not a very good offensive coach. Because if you're not making and you're not stopping, hey, Mario Cristobal for not taking a knee, that's on him, not your coordinator. Mario's got to go, whoa. We're taking a knee here. We're taking a knee here. No, we're not. I'm making the call. This is my team. We're taking a high percentage play. We're taking a knee. It's on the road. We haven't played well. We're banged up. Let's get the win. Let's pack up and go back to Philly and reevaluate, and we'll go from there. Nope. And get this. And you know what? I almost feel like shit saying this. Hurts cost you the game. I do. Because there's a lot of me that says this. Hurts cost you the game because Hurts is a good football player and he's a guy that's really well coached. And what I mean by well coached, he listens to his coaches. Come hell or high water, he's going to die in the vine with them. But eventually, man, you got to come to a grips. You got to do what's in the best interest of your unit, and you got to balk at some of that shit. See, Jalen doesn't want to be a bad guy here. That's why he's sitting on the sidelines, and he's not really. You really thought Jalen Hurts was rattled. Not me. It never crossed my mind. Sills, what's the likelihood that an edict was issued from the top down this season to keep the $250 million contract out? Oh, a ton relative, a ton. All of that's, hey, absolutely. The play calling, you can see it with the predetermined slides. Okay? JoJo goes, Sills is taking the loss harder than me. No, because you know why? I hate people who try to change people. And you're watching somebody try to change Jalen Hurts' game right in front of you for no reason. And you even paid the guy. It's almost like the guy got paid, and now you want to put him in the garage like he's a 67 Corvette or something. He wasn't rattled. If anything, he's rattled from the shitty coaching. No way. No way rattled. Rattled? The Jets rattled him with a JV team? Dude, that's not Cam Chancellor or Sauce Gardner out there. They were dudes that were on the practice squad. Rattled? Highly unlikely. You know, I keep having to remind myself to say this. The coaching sucks. The defensive coaching does not suck. Hey, by the way, Tracy Rocker, great year so far for him. Great year. Jordan Davis is completely a different looking guy. Jalen Carter looks like a stud. Josh Sweat is amazing. Hassan Reddick is getting back to form. Tracy Rocker needs a raise. Look at the line coaches you have. Both units traditionally play sensational. I wonder what Jeff Stoutland's input is. When they weren't running the ball, you think Stoutland said, let's not run the ball? Man, where's his say in this? Where's his say? I disagree with anybody that says he was rattled. If anything, he was pissed. I saw it too. Sills, we got outcoached. No question. Outplayed, we took it on the chin. Adjustments must be made, but Dallas still stinks. Hey, Philly, Dallas is going to take it on the chin tonight. Hey, by the way, do I still think that Philadelphia, San Francisco, you got to put Detroit in that conversation now? Buffalo, like teams like that, those are your upper tier teams. Yeah, a loss like that with all the, like I said, man, I opened up the show with this. What's crazy about what people are thinking right now? You think you're screwed. You're not. Look at this. You don't have Slay. You don't have Ricks. You don't have Blankenship. You don't have Jalen Carter. You don't have Lane Johnson. You don't have Milton Williams. You don't have Roby. And you thought it was a 9-point spread? Who in their right mind would think that? As that game evolved and you had all those missing pieces, that's a coin flip game, even with shitty Zach Wilson. That means it came down to coaching. And you got your doorknobs coached. I mean, it was amazing to watch those coaches. You've pretty much been out coached the entire year. The only guy that's getting better as a coach is Sean Desai. Plus, the turnovers came. Why did the turnovers? So get this. If you lose all those pieces, the Philadelphia Eagles still thought it was in the best interest to throw the ball more when Lane was out? Give me that. Give me that reasoning. Give me that reasoning. So Lane gets hurt. They threw it more. I mean, they threw it more with their best tackle out. Hey, let's throw it more. What? Then your quarterback. Hey, how many sacks did the Jets get? That vaunted O-line. It wasn't vaunted, was it? He had backups entire right side. How many sacks did they get? Please tell me. They got 2 sacks. Why does it feel like the Jets had 12? I thought the Jets had 10 sacks in that game. They were in the backfield. The only reason that, get this, the only reason that thing wasn't a train wreck, completely train wreck, was because Hurts is able in his ability to escape. Instead of, get this, he was running because he had to. Jalen Hurts, when he runs because he wants to, is a completely different mentality. He was scrambling versus, I'm getting positive yards here. Man, wow. I mean, I know high school coaches better than that. And I'm not saying that they're not good play designers. I'm saying you have to have a better feel for that. So get this right. Here. You had 20 pressures on the quarterback. More pressures than any Eagle quarterback has had since 17. You lose your potential Hall of Fame tackle, Lane Johnson. You got a backup right guard in. You abandoned the run, and you thought it was in the best interest to throw the ball 45 times. I want someone to answer for that. Because guess why? You continue down that line with that mentality, you will be beaten numerous times. And then you're going to turn around and go, what happened to our season? Shitty coaching. Shitty coaching. This is more, hey, when you have that laundry list, look at those names of players that are out. That's part of this. That's part of this. Okay? It is. So get this. Here are the 3 things. Once again, 4 turnovers, horrific offensive play calling, and injuries. That's not really anything the Jets did. And you took the bait. Well, corners are out. They knew that coaching staff on the offensive side is so inexperienced that they set the trap for them and they took the cheese. Well, corners are out. So as you're eating your pizza Saturday night, well, that's how we're going to attack them. Because you're, like Tone says, your arrogance, well, we could beat teams passing and running. Ooh. Chris Collinsworth Analytics, Pro Football Focus. Man. Hey, by the way, today is the day that we announce our winners for our Hooters. And last week's winners, Daniel from Georgia, Darren from Maryland, congratulations to you. We'll start this bad puppy up tomorrow. We really appreciate you guys being involved with our great giveaway of our Hooters gift certificates. And by the way, Monday Night Football tonight should be off the charts. Hopefully you went in during the Eagle game on Sunday or any one of the Northeast locations. Go to northeasthooters.com to find that location nearest you for you to experience what I've been talking about. Listen, you don't want to go in. You can also use the app at hooterstogo.com. Great specials. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, get 10 boneless free. Wing Wednesdays. I mean, folks, 1983, all you can eat. It's a 40-year tradition. The iconic Hooter girls are in there. You'll have yourself one of the best times on the planet. That's northeasthooters.com. That's northeasthooters.com. My guy Tone is going to join me at the bottom of the hour. We'll continue this. Don't forget, Armando Salguero will join us also at 5:30 from Outtake. We'll talk with him, get his thoughts also from the Miami Herald. He's a Hall of Fame voter as well. He covers the Miami Dolphins. We will talk to him because that's the next opponent coming up, plus Gary Cobb from Fox 29. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sills National Football Show. We appreciate you coming aboard. My game balls. I got 4 of them. My friend from Outkick, Armando Salguero, will join us at 5:30. 4:30, Gary Cobb from Fox 29. The segment with my friend Tone will join us here at the bottom of the hour in a couple minutes here. Here's my game balls. Hassan Reddick. Last 2 games, he's been a bullet. Hurts sucked out loud in the second half, but on offense, he was the only one thing keeping us in the game in the first half. Playmakers didn't help him at all. Correct. Yes. Yes. DC, yes. You saw the game correct. You saw the game correct. But see, you got to always remember this. DC, always remember this. He cost them the game. But that's okay. Brady's lost games. Peyton Manning's lost games. Russell Wilson has lost games. Super Bowls, throwing a pick. Happens. It's how you play the next week. It's okay. When you make that kind of money, expect to be hammered. Joe Burrow's the highest. Hey, it looks like Joe Burrow's now got the Bengals back, rolling in the right direction. Okay? Well, get this. You're not getting pats on the back for that. I got 55 million reasons why you should be doing exactly what you're doing. Jordan Davis gets a game ball. First one. Congratulations. A.J. Brown gets one. And you know what? I'm going to give kind of like a half a ball to him because nothing he did wrong. DeAndre Swift. Dude, I'm watching this guy. You know what I was saying after the first quarter? I was going like this. This guy's great. I'm going like this about I said this about DeAndre Swift. Dude, this guy's great. He is great. Then you know what? I remember doing this. It was like late in the third, and I went, what happened to Swift? It was like a missing person. Keon goes, he fumbled. I don't care. So what? You think he's got the plague? Because he fumbles the ball once? He's got the plague? I hate that mentality. Well, he fumbled. I'm not giving him the ball ever again. Ever? What's with all the good teams, quarterbacks playing like shit against bad teams? Purdy, Browns, Allen, Giants, Mahomes, Denver. Season's weird. Hey, Maniac, it's because there's great coordinators in the NFL. And they got a ton of tape on all these big-time salary guys now. The quarterback in the NFL. Hey, Jalen Hurts playing the way he's playing. Okay? I saw that, Philip. A little bit over the line. I saw that too. We lost to the Jets. Now the Jets coach saying they embarrassed Jalen Hurts. That was such a stupid comment. You know what? They embarrassed all the great quarterbacks that they've played this year. I mean, dude, look at your numbers. You've been run all over. The Eagles had shitty situations. And I'm not making, you know me, man. I don't make excuses for Philly. But that's not how that game played out. You outcoached the Eagle coaches for sure. But let's not get nuts here. Okay? Let's not get nuts. Your quarterback was effective enough. Your run game was effective enough. The Eagles gave you 4 opportunities on short fields. The place kicker missed a field goal, and now you're crowing that you embarrassed Hurts. Now, the comments that the players are making that they became predictable because they knew that he was going to A.J. Brown is a problem. Okay? It is a problem. The New York head coach should just take the win and move on. Instead of saying we embarrass every – dude, you've been in – Dak Prescott embarrassed you. Dak Prescott embarrassed you. What a toolbox. Honestly. Yeah, so Reddick, Jordan Davis, DeAndre Swift, and A.J. Brown, in my opinion, get a game ball. Here's something about A.J. Brown, though. Last couple games, 7 catches, 131. 6 catches, 127. 9 catches, 175. 9 catches, 131. He's got 672 through 6 games. Only Tyreek Hill has more with 814. What do you make of that? Has A.J. Brown improved the offense this year? Or has A.J. Brown improved A.J. Brown? I can't have a player unless it's my quarterback improving. And my quarterback is not improving. My wide receiver's improving. Sorry. I don't need a Randy Moss or Terrell Owens on my team. I'd rather be Kansas City. They win Super Bowls with nobodies. One target like that with all those numbers? And by the way, he's a true beast in the open. When you watch him catch a ball and he's open, it's like watching Terrell Owens play. It really is. He is, without a doubt, a force of nature. And I'm kind of waffling here a little bit, and I don't mean to with you guys. He is a force of nature, but man, I'll tell you what, they are in a. What happens when you put those kind of numbers up, and you put those kind of targets up, and you put those kind of catches up? Do you know what the defenses are doing? They're shutting down your offense. You want him to have the points? It's like giving Chamberlain 50 a night and him losing. Oh, sure. You want to feed him? Have at it. Have at it. At the expense of the other guys? Now, Devontae had a shit. That was Devontae Smith's worst game as a Philadelphia Eagle. Okay? I don't know why you guys don't. It's okay. You know what's crazy? When I say shit like this, people go, you think he sucks? I do not. He had a horrible game. Again, before I bring Tone on here, Jalen Hurts kept the Eagles in the game, cost them the game, and the coaches helped Jalen lose the game. You lose your Hall of Fame tackle candidate, and you thought it was in the best interest to stop running the ball and throw it more. I really want to know. I hope someone has the Stundines in Philadelphia to ask that question when Nick stands up there at the Liars podium and they start talking and they have, will anybody or will everybody's key fob be in their back pocket and they don't want to have a shot at losing? Oh, before I bring Tone on, I got to tell you guys a little secret. Hey, Tone, everyone, you'll love this. I was going to try to get Howard Eskin on, but Howard Eskin told me that WIP doesn't want to put any of their hosts on my show exclusively because we're competing with them. So thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Howard goes, I'd love to. You know I love you. And I said, I got it. I understand. I saved the text. I sent it to Joe and it's just Xander. WIP doesn't want to put anybody from Odyssey, Philadelphia on my show. They'll do everyone else's, but they won't do mine. Let's bring Tone on. The segment.
Big Sills. How we feeling today, sir?
Disappointed.
Me too. You know, I feel like this game, the game plan should have been pretty simple, right? And I don't want to take anything from the Jets. Their defense made plays, but the reality is they were handed that football game yesterday. And the Philadelphia Eagles did everything to lose that game. You can't turn the ball over 4 times. It's just that simple. Jalen Hurts, that can't happen under any circumstance. Play calling aside, I don't care if you disagree with the play call is. I don't care if you don't like what's going on. You can't turn the ball over 4 times, first and foremost. Next, Brian Johnson, Nick Sirianni. What was the game plan going into this game? What was the objective? Because I understand that the numbers are a little skewed because the Jets defense has been on the field 70% of the time, and I understand that. But the reality is they're giving the numbers up. They're giving it up. So I have to rely on that. They're giving it up. So in that case, I'm going to go with the trend. I'm going to lean on my strengths. And on top of that, when Lane Johnson went down, now your entire right side is pretty much makeshift. Why force those guys to drop back 45 times? Why force those guys to backpedal 45 times? I understand they only gave up 2 sacks as a unit. But the reality is Jalen Hurts was running for his life. In that first half, Jalen Hurts was making throws. I'm like, that's the $50 million throw. That's like he had a throw where he literally was stiff-arming a linebacker while he pinpointed to the sideline of A.J. Brown. It was a beautiful throw, one of his best throws I've ever seen. But the reality is they allowed this game to get away from them because they panicked in the second half. And you just can't have that. And this coaching staff, this offensive coaching staff specifically, because you're right, Sean Desai, he is continuing to get better and continuing to make do with what he has. But this offensive coaching staff, they're arrogant, they're prideful, they're egotistical, and they can't get out of their own way, and they're going to be the death of Jalen Hurts.
Do you believe that they're the reason why he's regressing? And I want to throw this, what you just said. This is why I said this. They made this decision on a Saturday night that they were going to throw the ball 45 times because their corners were out. And that's the approach they took. Instead of waiting to get to the game to see how those coordinators, hey, look, if Sean Desai can cover issues that he has in his secondary, what makes you think that Robert Saleh's not going to have a way to disguise issues in his secondary? That is so arrogant thinking on a Saturday night eating pizza, how you're going to approach a game before you even get into the game and get a feel for the game. Then on top of that, you completely abandon your running attack. You're second in the freaking league. Hey, if your right side is gone, go to Mulata and Landon Dickerson and Jason Kelsey and with Goddard over there and power run them guys into the ground. They could not adjust in any way whatsoever. They had more high turnover plays. And I don't know what it is.
The Jets could have had
their
more
energy
interceptions right
to
away.
get
They could have had more.
Jalen these passing yards over winning. It really, his passing attempts, as you said, are getting more and more each week.
Each and every single week. The first week, I think he threw the ball 23, 25 times. And then ever since then, it's been above 30, 32, 32, 37. Now he threw the ball 45 times. It's been increasing every single week. Look, I'm not in the mindset that I need to turn Jalen Hurts into a Justin Herbert or turn him into a Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen, these guys that throw the ball 40-plus times a game. Or I'm not in the business of doing that. You didn't pay him because of that. The contract you gave him, he didn't earn that contract based off those kind of numbers. He earned that contract because he has this uncanny ability to create plays off schedule. He's an improviser. He's a dual threat quarterback that knows how to win with his arm and knows how to win with his legs. Why take that away from him? Why try to turn him into something that he's not? And it's so frustrating to watch because you see this young man just trying to be coachable, trying to go with the flow. And again, you can't turn the ball over 4 times, but the reality is I'm not a fan of Brian Johnson right now. I'm trying to support him. You know what I'm saying? Not too many brothers get opportunities like that. I'm trying to keep it real. I'm gonna keep it real with you, Sil. Not too many brothers get opportunities like that. So I'm trying to ride with him. I'm trying to. But the reality is he's not delivering. And as a matter of fact, he's hurting Jalen Hurts. Nick Sirianni, hurting them. He's hurting him. Like, again, we talked about this on Friday, Sills. I don't know if you remember what I said, but I said this. I said, look, let's not overcomplicate this game plan here. We understand where the Jets are struggling. Take advantage of it.
I wanted 48 rushing attempts.
They took the bait. I don't care who's out. Like you said, coaches get paid too. They're going to find a way to supplement the loss of Sauce Gardner and those other guys, right? And they took the bait. Instead of really leaning on their offensive line and just punishing the Jets at the line of scrimmage, they allowed their offensive line to backpedal 45 times and allowed that Jets defense to gain a head of steam.
Too much A.J. Brown?
I'll put it to you like this, right? It would be an issue if he wasn't producing for me, right? That would be the issue if they were just trying to force feed him and he just wasn't making plays or it was leading to turnovers. For me, I look at it like A.J. Brown has been your most productive weapon. I think the real problem isn't necessarily A.J. Brown. The problem is the coaches drawing up these plays that only go to A.J. Brown, which is leading your quarterback to favor him. They have this issue trying to get everybody involved efficiently and effectively. They can't string together plays getting the other guys involved. It seems like when all else fails, oh, let's go to A.J. Brown. He's automatic. That's not how this game works. Teams are going to catch on to it. You got to use all your weapons, man. Jalen Hurts threw about 45 times. Goddard had like 8 targets. Swift had 10. Smith had 11. A.J. Brown had the least amount of targets out of all those guys, but he just managed to make do. So I can't really get mad at A.J. Brown for being productive.
Yeah,
but the reality is
guys
the coaches
are the only people making big plays so far this year. I can't really remember Devontae making gigantic plays or
but
God.
I put that on coaches though. It's the concepts they're drawing up for those other guys versus AJ.
But Tone, what you do is you funnel your defensive approach towards those two. You want to get Swift and that guy involved. You know how the Eagle coaches helped out the Jet coaches? They abandoned Swift and they went like this. Hey, AJ wants to catch him. That interception, man, he was eyeballing the guy right down. I mean,
it was double coverage. It was double coverage. He stared at it so long. You know, that was a throw. That throw, and the moment I saw that throw happen, I said to myself, Jalen Hurts fell in love with his arm on that play. He fell in love with his arm on that throw. It was in double coverage. The linebackers and the linebacker and the nickel were just waiting. And he stared him down and he threw it anyway. He actually could have took off and ran. I would have been all right with it. But, you know, look, the reality is this, right? You know, losses come on the schedule. And the bigger issue, well, the real issue is not even the loss. The real issue is what's going on with this offensive coaching staff. That's the real issue, not the loss. The coaching staff is the real issue. Sean Desai's doing his thing. But Brian Johnson, Nick Sirianni, they concern me in the long run.
Man, I don't get the fundamental thinking process that they have. Now, Tone, this is why, you know.
Wait, so real quick. So I'm sorry. They're running away from who they are. That's what the issue is. They're running away from who they don't want to. It's like looking in the mirror and not being happy with what you see. You got to love yourself. You got to understand what you are. The Eagles are a power run team that just set up the pass off the run. That's how they won last year.
Didn't this shit go on with Doug? Didn't this shit go on with Doug
towards the end?
How they won games and how the Eagles wanted to air the game out more. And Doug wanted a pounding ground, and he wanted to just like kill teams with being physical. And didn't the front office even have a problem with him when he was doing those things?
Yep, it was the Green Bay matchup. The Eagles were very physical with the Green Bay Packers. The Green Bay Packers couldn't do anything physically with them, and the Eagles ended up winning the game. But they won that game more so because they had a high-powered rushing attack that day, and they utilized the running backs in the passing game more so than the other guys. And the reality is, Doug had to answer for that. He had to have that conversation with those guys upstairs. And my thing is, why?
No shit. Again, that's meddling. That's meddling. Now,
Jalen Hurts didn't earn the contract throwing the ball 50 times a game. I don't get it.
You think Hurts was rattled on the sideline?
No, I think he was visibly frustrated, and I think he looked at it as I have to do better. I don't think he was rattled. He looked like somebody that was fed up. I'll put it to you that way. He looked fed up.
Yeah, that's how I took it. I didn't take rattled. I took it more so that he's like, "What are we doing here? Why are we abandoning this? How about this? Have him run." You know what, Two-Tone? Get this. Maybe this is what they were afraid of. When they realized that they lost the lane, that they didn't want to get this guy an opportunity to get injured, they would rather not have him get injured like the Chicago game. They would rather lose that game, get out of that game, without having him have to carry the ball 15 to 17 times. I'm going to make a point to you, Tone. If Jalen Hurts runs that ball 17 times, the Eagles win that ball game.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. How many times did he run in this game? I got to double check that. He ran. Oh man, how many times did he run in this game?
8.
He ran 8 times in that game. Wow. He ran more in LA. And again,
and he looked like Jalen Hurts.
That was the one game this year that he looked like himself. Every other game, he's looked like this guy that they're trying to turn him into. Again, I don't care about. I don't know. I don't understand what's going on. Remember, Nick Sirianni comes from that school of the Phillip Rivers and all that kind of stuff. That's where he comes from. That's what he's used to. So I'm looking at Brian Johnson like, you were here last year and you were here the year before this. How are you trying to force feed what you want to happen on a quarterback? And he's showing you who he is and what he's capable of and what makes him comfortable. Jalen Hurts has looked comfortable in one game. Well, a game and a half. He's looked comfortable. But other than that, it seems like he's not fully on board with what's going on here, and he's just trying to be coachable, trying to keep his head down, trying to lead his team and trust his coaches. But I have right now today, I have no trust in Brian Johnson. I have no trust in Nick Sirianni. Sean Desai is the only guy that I trust to actually do something with what he's given. You said something earlier in the show. The moment Brian Johnson got off of that script, the moment that first series, those first couple series went away, who did he become? He turned back into a pumpkin.
Yeah. When that 19-play drive, like in the New England game, I'm like, well-designed plays. Everything was great. They were fundamentally pounding the ball. They were looking like all of a sudden when they had to start coordinating in the game and they had to start being situational play callers, that thing fell apart. It just completely fell apart. Now, you also have to put this into context. No Slay, no Ricks, no Blankenship, no Jalen Carter, no Lane Johnson. Milton Williams was out. Roby. I mean, when you lose talent like that and you go into a game like that, and you're going like this as coaches. Well, they lost their corners. Hoss, this is a coin flip game now.
This is the
This
NFL.
is a coin flip game. And then when you give them 4 turnovers because you're going high percentage turnover plays with more passes than run, you are giving them a remedy for losing. Like I said, Tone, everything started becoming to be predictable as the game went on. The only thing that wasn't predictable was the field goal kicker missing that field goal late in the game. I'm cool with the guy because that guy has won a ton of games for you, and he's going to continue to win. Dude, that whole thing was so outcoached, and when
it was embarrassing.
You thought you still had better personnel than the Jets when you lost all those names I mentioned. You didn't. Your entire right side was gone in your O-line. Your star D tackle was gone. Your corner was gone. I mean, then you started losing your safeties. And you know what? Look, if you notice today, I didn't really kill the Kobe because I didn't think he killed them. I didn't think he was great.
I'll say this about that, right? I had an issue with what they were doing in the first half. There was, I don't know if you remember, but there was a play or a moment where they got caught up with 12 men on the field on defense. That didn't happen at all season. You want to know why it happened?
Communication.
Zach Cunningham couldn't get off the field. Why couldn't he get off the field? Because because they were force feeding this Nakobe Dean thing, trying to rotate him in.
You see Zach Cunningham loaf off the field too? He loafed. And by the way, AJ, run the effing route.
He shouldn't have slowed down there.
Run the route. He would have put it right in his hands.
That goes back to your point about always assume the ball is coming to you. Always assume that. Because even the announcer said you could tell he didn't think that ball was coming to him. He slowed down and he tried to speed up.
Mark Sanchez said, why did he stop?
He stopped.
It would have went right into his hands.
Touchdown. Easy money. That game, I understand Jalen Hurts turned the ball over 3 times, and you cannot do that. 3 interceptions, you cannot do it. But at the same time, I feel like he was let down in so many different ways. His coaching staff let him down. A.J. Brown let him down on that bomb. Devontae Smith let him down on 2 or 3 key 3rd down conversions. That cannot happen. It can't. When you're wide open, it just can't happen.
Hey, Tone, correct me if I'm wrong here. So it's about 1:34 left in the game. And you're up 17, what was it, 17-12?
It was 14-12.
Okay,
14-12.
You have the game. It's 3rd down conversion. Whose mindset was it that it was 3rd and long? Was it 3rd and 11 or 3rd and 8 or something like that? That kick happened?
Yeah.
Who called that play? How about this? Let's just do it. Let's just play a game here. Say you called that play. Isn't it the head coach's responsibility to do this? Whoa, wait a minute. I'd rather take the fucking penalty and punt the ball and take a delay a game than fucking put my team in a position where I got look, I've lost all these names here. Guys aren't playing well. I got Lane out. We're winning. All we have to do is get 2 first downs. They don't have any timeouts.
Even beyond that, if you do punt it, your defense has been playing pretty good. Trust them. But no, you wanted to force feed it. I would have much rather them punt that ball and, you know what, let your defense get a stop.
Who's calling that?
Zach Wilson didn't drive that entire field not one time.
No way.
Not one time.
He couldn't.
They
wasn't going to beat you.
They were kicking field goals all day. And then they got the 1 touchdown that you gave them because you felt like, okay, my offense can drive down the field and you wanted to preserve the clock. Okay, whatever. But the bottom line is Zach Wilson didn't drive the whole field not one time. They passed the ball 3 times in a row to stop that clock. They should have ran the ball, drained the clock, and you know what? Make Zach Wilson beat you. I can live with that. I can live with that.
And he ain't.
He wasn't going to beat you.
He was not.
He did nothing to impress me yesterday. All he did,
which is you punt the ball, you put them back on their 20. You think Zach Wilson is driving with Reddick the way and Sweat the way they were, and Davis the way they were coming on that O-line? You really think that guy was driving 80 yards to kick a field goal and beat you? No chance in hell were they coming back and beat. Not a chance in hell. No, they needed a touchdown, right? There was not a chance in hell they were putting that in the end zone. Okay? But Mike, again, what I want to know, here's an in-game situation, Tone, where you have to question leadership on the sideline. Okay, let's just say Brian Johnson, inexperienced, he calls that play. It goes into Jalen. Doesn't the head coach, who is a former play caller, doesn't he question that? You have the lead on the road, and you're the second best rushing attack in the league. Your passing game has been up and down all year. Don't you just want to get the win and go home and get on the bus and go back to Philly? And then the quarterback. Why does the quarterback? This is where Jalen needs to have a little more balls. And what I mean by balls is, hey, sometimes a quarterback and a head coach have disagreements. Not everything has to be the way you call it. And because he's so well coached and he respects coaching so much, he thinks, and I'm wondering why the frustration on the sidelines, you see it in his face, if it's starting to wear on him now, because he's got to be sitting there going, why, man? What was the reason? There's no fundamental reasoning why they did that. A punt is part of the offense too, Tone. This is a field position sport. Like you said, Zach Wilson, if Aaron Rodgers, that's one thing. Zach Wilson put the shittiest quarterback. Let me ask you this. So wasn't the Jets the 32nd ranked passing offense in the NFL coming into that game?
The worst. The worst.
Did you really think they were going 80 yards and beating you with 1:10 left in the game with no timeouts?
And this is what
Instead,
I'm saying.
You get a turnover. He almost puts it in the end zone, and it's game.
And this is why I'm a Doug Peterson guy. Because Doug Peterson doesn't do dumb stuff like that. Doug Peterson does what it takes to win. Look, listen, Nick has been productive as the head coach for the Philadelphia Eagles, right? He has a really good record, all that kind of stuff, right? He's a motivator, he's a people guy, whatever it is. But the reality is, man, there's something about his in-game decision making. There's something about that just drives me nuts at the worst possible times, man. And then look, again, I'm not letting Brian Johnson off the hook. Like, and you brought up a good point too. Jalen Hurts, he should have said, "Hold up, time's out." It's less than 2 minutes left in the game. They have no timeouts. Why are we passing the ball? Why? Like that should have been a moment where he said, "Listen, I'm the $50 million guy. Okay, I'm going to be here. You guys are expendable. What are we doing out here? Really? Let's just get the win and go home. Let's just get the win." But again, this loss happens. But the bigger issue is not the loss. The bigger issue is, where does this coaching staff go from here on offense? Because they got the Miami Dolphins next week, Sills.
You trust that? Hey, do you truly trust the coaching staff as a whole versus Vic Fangio and that Mike McDaniel kid?
No. If I'm being honest with you, I'm at a point where I think I might listen, man. At this rate, based off what we saw yesterday, based off the information that we know, you might as well pencil that as a damn loss. Let's be honest. It's Monday, and I'm already penciling in. But you know what? I'm gonna say my prediction for Friday. But the reality is, we have to trust what our eyes are seeing. And Eagles fans, I'm asking y'all in the live chat: do you trust Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson today? Today, do you trust them today?
How about this one, Nick Sirianni? I like that reel.
Seriously, Nick Sirianni.
Nick Sirianni. Holy, hey, no way. Listen, absolutely not, Green. This team is not an 8-9 team. That's not at all what I'm saying. It's exactly what Tone is saying. What Tone is saying here, and I'm not speaking for you, Tone, but how I took it was that the coaching staff in a critical situation against the Bills, against the Chiefs, against maybe potentially the 49ers. Hey, and by the way, the 49ers, we'll get more into this, but they lost Trent Williams, they lost Christian McCaffrey and Debo,
yep.
all in like a sequence. Now, Williams went back in the game, and you're going against that's an historic defense. They're giving the least amount of points up since the Purple People Leaders of 1970, the Minnesota Vikings.
That defense won that game for them.
Hey, I'm going to tell you this. That Myles Garrett's the best football player defensively in the National Football League.
Dog. I love Myles Garrett. I don't care. Listen, people talk about TJ Watt and Bosa. I get it. But Myles Garrett, he does everything. He has the size. He plays the run. He gets sacks. Myles Garrett is a freak. He's a force of nature, and he stays healthy. Like, that's the thing too.
Look, moving forward from this,
I'm concerned. Sills in the long.
What's the biggest concern for you?
I'm concerned that this coaching staff, the offense. I'm concerned that the offensive coaching staff.
I see you at 5.
Are leading with arrogance rather than trying to win the game.
Is that Howie?
I don't think it's Howie on game day, but I think it's Howie inspired, if that makes sense.
Completely. Actually, true.
Because Jeffrey Lurie said it. He said it in the exit interviews after they fired Doug. He said, "We want a high-powered passing offense." Well, if that was the case, why the hell did you give Jalen Hurts the $50 million deal? If that's the kind of quarterback you wanted.
Because this is what they're trying to make. They're trying to mold this guy into that.
It's not what he
is. Not that.
It's not what he is. Listen, I'm a Jalen Hurts guy. It's not what he is. I'm not tasking Jalen Hurts with throwing the ball 50 times a game. I'm not. That's not who he is. It's not. Jalen Hurts is a dual threat guy.
Jalen Hurts needed to have 30 attempts in that game for 240, 230 yards, 16 carries for about 70. They'd have beat him by 10. They'd have beat him by 10.
They overthought the game. They overthought it. I said this on Friday. I said, look, all you have to do is run the ball and allow things to open up. But no, they fell in love with the scouting report. They fell in love with the injury report. Oh, Sauce Gardner's not playing? Oh, we airing it out. Oh, they're starting nickel and their other corners are starting? Oh, we're airing it out. Hell to the no. That can't happen. It's embarrassing. It was embarrassing.
Let me show you this.
It was embarrassing.
Let me show you this with the Dolphins rolling up now. Dolphins are number 1 in passing, 316. They're number 1. I don't know if I've ever really seen this since maybe the Rams team with Kurt Warner when they had Marshall Faulk and them guys. So you're number 1 in passing, and you're number 1 in rushing, and you're number 1 in rushing by a lot. And you know what people say? They go, well, they put up a shitload of points and this and that versus the Broncos. They had their starters out in the third quarter. Tua was pulled in the third at the beginning of the third. Okay? So Tua was already doing that damage on that team. They yanked them off the field. They didn't even play a second half. They did that damage, most of that damage, Tone, in the first half. It was like 54-0. I mean, so when you say that, they crushed that team in the first half. And when look, this is an average of 181 for 6 games. This ain't just one ball game here. And then on top of that, you go on the other side. Our boy Vic Fangio is 3rd in sacks ahead of the Eagles by 1 with 21. So let's say this. They bring pressure. They get home. They throw the ball all over the yard, and they run the ball all over the yard. And if you know what they're going to try to do? The Eagles are going to try to get into a shootout with that team, and they're going to get blown out.
They should not do that. They should not do that. See, this is the ego part I'm talking about here. This is the pride and
they're going to get blown out.
The arrogance. You don't have to go into that just because they do one thing well. That don't mean you have to match them in that. You have to impose your will. You have to force the action. So the way I see it, because they thrive on scoring quickly and they thrive on this high-flying offense, and they got those guys, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Watt on the outside, and they got Raheem Mostert back there. They're going to be without Devon Achane because he's on IR, but the reality is that rushing attack is still there. But I'm going to get into that game trying to limit their possessions. I want them to treat every possession like it's a crown jewel, because you don't get too many crown jewels. There's only a few of them in the world. So my point is, limit their possessions, impose your will on them, beat them up.
Yeah.
Beat them up. This is Philadelphia. We're not LA. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop trying to bring that LA play calling lifestyle.
Is Ramsey
to
taking
Philly.
snaps this week?
Say that one more time.
Is Jalen Ramsey taking snaps this week? We're going to get more from Armando.
He's not ready. He won't be ready until about maybe November, December. He's not going to be ready yet.
Again, a team like you've got to limit Miami the same way you try to limit Mahomes.
Yes.
You have to have more offensive plays. You know, when you look at the sheet too here, man, for the game, I mean, Tone, the Jets ran 59 plays and beat you. That's unheard of. Do you
Less
understand?
than 250 yards of offense.
Basically, like, that's 13 plays a quarter. It's like 13. It's like 15 plays, 14 plays a quarter that you get, which is probably what, 2 series?
That's like one drive a quarter.
Half.
Yeah. It's like one drive a quarter. Like, if you think about it.
It's like one drive a quarter and they beat you.
But when you turn the ball over 4 times, you gave them extra. See, the turnovers are so. If the Eagles don't
turnovers at 3 and outs is what's killing them.
Yep. And on top of that, Zach Wilson wasn't impressive at all. But you know the one thing he didn't do. But you know the one thing he didn't do. He didn't turn the ball over. And that's where that game was won and lost, man.
I mean, look at Hall. Hall had 12 carries, 39 yards. The kid Wilson was good, 8 catches, 90. But dude, nobody. I mean, Hurts had 8 carries, almost 50 yards. Had 280 yards passing. The interceptions, obviously, and the 45 attempts. When you compile that with the turnovers and the amount of 3 and outs you had, and the short fields, game.
This game. Like, they drove the field maybe once, if that. Like, I mean, I don't even know. That's it seemed like every time they had the ball, they were on.
Away from that game going like this, man, the Jets dominated them.
No, they were opportunistic, and I give them credit for it. They were opportunistic, and we literally handed them the game. Literally handed it to them.
How about Robert Saleh saying he embarrassed Hurts?
Listen, Robert, your season is much longer than this. Okay, you're going to get embarrassed a lot more. So just relax. Okay, I understand you're riding on your high horse and all that kind of stuff. Look, dude, you won. So listen, to the victor goes the spoils. It is what it is. We got to wear that. But dude, relax.
Here's how I'm going to handle. So you know this 49er game. Today is a day to dissect. Tomorrow's a day to reflect on what you're going to do and how you're going to go forward from this.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what would be your.
This is out of sight tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I was going to ask you what would be your course of action, because after the game was over, they spoke. AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Haason Reddick, Jason Kelsey, those key guys, they spoke in front of the team in the locker room after the game, and they addressed everybody. So Sirianni mentioned that, and they felt like they didn't want Sirianni to talk. They said, "We got this," because we know we went wrong yesterday. So, look, man, how would you respond as a player? As a matter of fact, I want you to give me 2 minds here, Sills. Give me 2 minds. How would you respond as a player, and how would you respond if you were coaching that team? Give me those 2 competing thoughts.
I would be completely pissed off if I was a player that I let an opportunity to get away and a team beat me that was a lesser team than me. I don't mind getting into wars with the 49ers, Bills, teams like that are on my page and on my level and on my tier. You get beat in the NFL, hey, man, they get paid too. So you've got to always remember they get paid too. But what my problem becomes is when you make critical mistakes as a player and the coaches are making critical calls that are mistakes in games, then all of a sudden it becomes this, oh my God, the field goal kicker misses. And it becomes contagious for those 4 quarters that everything is falling in on us. And then when you make that final disastrous play call and the player throwing the pick and the whole thing going down the other way and they score and they win, it is just an absolute frustrating day. And you're just so pissed off. For coaches to have to address that with players, it's embarrassing. It's completely embarrassing. Like, again, I use mine, and Jimmy, who wrote the book Swagger, said it. His greatest loss was that national title game that I was in, and he couldn't even look at us in the face because he was so embarrassed on how the play calling went, and it was just so horrific. We had 8 turnovers in that game. We only gave up 100 yards in offense and lost. And I was like this, man, these guys better not say it. Jerome and I looked at him right in the face, and those coaches, Jimmy said it. He goes like this, I can't even look at you guys. I'm so sorry. As a coach, you feel disappointed that you did not help your players enough to win the game. You actually were part of the reason that the game was lost. Coaches never want to be in a position. And let me tell you something. I can't tell you how many times, Tone, I've seen grown men and legendary coaches like Tom Landry or whomever crying after games because they put their heart and soul into it. I've seen Jimmy cry. I've seen Tom Landry cry. I've seen some of the biggest names in coaching cry after a game and the assistants because it's not that they're sad because they lost. They put so much energy into those games to help their players win. When they put those players in positions to lose, it's devastating to those guys. I actually felt bad for my coaches because I know how hard they worked because we're all in it together, dude. So what you have to do as a unit, hey, you got to go forward with it. You got to move forward, and you got to do it together. The worst thing that can happen now is that you start fracturing off. Well, the defense is here. You know, one thing I'll tell you about Aaron Rodgers did? I got to give it to him. You know, Aaron Rodgers is talking shit on the Jets when he was in Malibu. Well, ever since he left Malibu and has been on the sidelines with the Jets, I heard he was making some situational play calls during the game for Zach Wilson to make some play calls and helping out Nathaniel Hackett. To me, I think his presence being there galvanized the entire group, and they've played better since he's been on the sidelines. And to me, you have to have a linchpin bring it all together. And I think the quarterback is that guy. So I would say, again, it's really emotional, Tone, when you put so much of that shit. But here, tomorrow's Tuesday, it's Players' Day off. What you do tomorrow is, man, here, today is Monday. And after a Sunday game, you come in, you watch film in the morning, you break down to your position coaches. Then you go out, you have a run, you take a shower, you have a steam, whatever. You work out a little bit. Then you get Players' Day off tomorrow. And you get that time to reflect and put that shit behind you. But also, if you're a team like I think the Eagles are, you can't wait for Wednesday's practice.
You see, that's powerful right there to me because you've lived it. You've been there. You've been through the ups.
I would say that Eagle team, those guys cannot wait to get on the practice field. You see, if you're a sorry-ass team, you're dreading going to work on Wednesday.
I think that's the saving grace. I think that's the saving grace for this team because they're led so well from a personnel standpoint. That's the saving grace. And I think that's what I hang my hat on right now, especially on the offensive side of the ball. I don't hang my hat on Brian Johnson right now.
But that becomes part of something that you have to evaluate tomorrow as a player.
Right.
Because internally, here's how – look, if I walked into that facility on Wednesday, I'd be like this on Saturday. probably talking to my wife because she's been around football. Believe these wives are important because players don't want to show weakness and calling players and talking shit to one another. So what they do is they talk to their spouse who's been around them most likely for 20 years. And what you say is, man, this guy's just not putting us in a good position, but we have Stoutland here. I'm going to have a talk with Jeff. And you know what, man? When we're in a position like that again, why aren't we fucking running the ball, dude? Why are we doing these other half-ass baked things? And I go, so what you do is you have conversations with yourself first, then as a group, when you're working out together, then you go to your position coach. And then you know what your position coach does? He goes to the coaches' meetings, and Stoutland will go like this to Brian Johnson and to Nick Sirianni in that coaches' meeting. They'll all sit around and go, hey, I'll tell you what the guys are saying. You know, they want to run the ball. These guys want to run the ball. And they're until they get Lane back, until they get all their horses back, they want to run the ball. And I think we should do this too, because this is what they're set on. This is what they want to do. We got too many young guys right now that have to get this. Like you said, 2 sacks. Shit, the Jets felt like they had 20 sacks in that game. I mean, it just felt like so the Eagles had 5. They had 5 sacks, and get this, lost. And the Jets had 2. And it felt like they had 22. More pressures on a quarterback in Philadelphia since 2017, which was 20. And you want a young group to pass protect and get away from, hey, well, our entire right side. All right. Then load up on the left side and run it. The Jets were vulnerable for the run. It's just their in-game decision-making as coaches are putting those players. And you know what happens after a while, too, Tone, as a player? You start losing faith that in a game, because what you don't want to have happen, the worst thing that could happen to this Eagle team is that Miami blows them out or beats them bad, because then you're going to go in there and it's going to take a lot of metal for you not to go like this. Man, these guys are hurting us.
Like, I think they can bounce back from this one, but if they get cracked by the Dolphins, I think that's going to be a hard one to bounce back from. I think that's going to be a hard one because that's a real team right there. And then you're going to wake up and realize, damn, we're not as good as we thought. See, at least with the Jets loss, you can say, you know what, we didn't show up. We can say that. But if they lose to the Miami Dolphins, like if they get smacked like the Cowboys did to the 49ers, if they get beat like that, then they have to really look in the mirror and say, okay, we got some real issues. Because that's who we're measuring ourselves up against, right? You said it earlier. You know, you lose to a good team, okay, all right. You lose to a bad team, you're like, what the hell happened? You know, they know how good they are, but they're going to find out how good they are when they go up against this Miami Dolphins team, because this team is coming. They're bringing Miami to Philly. It's going to get wicked. And I'm super curious to see what the offensive game plan is going to be. The game plan this week is going to tell me a lot about who these coaches are.
You know, somebody was in here saying that, any given Sunday. No, that wasn't any given Sunday.
I wouldn't put it
that was way. Players that were out and injured. That was shitty play calling, and it was Hurts not playing well. Somebody in here said Dan's been trying to put it on Jalen Hurts the entire time. Not true. But he cost them that game. And he kept them in that game. It's totally what you saw in that game. And the coaches hurt him. And the injuries hurt him. The drop passes by Devontae. Worst game as an Eagle. Would you agree?
Worst game. I've never seen Devontae look. He looked like this is about to be crazy, but he looked like Jalen Reagor. Like,
holy
I was
cow,
like,
man! I didn't think you'd go there, though.
Yo, chills. Even the Mark Sanchez was like, yo, he had 10 yards of space, and from every angle, he could have caught the ball, knitted a sweater, cooked breakfast, did a couple backflips. He had that much time and space to catch those rocks. And look, I'm not going to hold it against him. Everyone's entitled to a bad game. Right, you know, Jamar Chase was non-existent for the first part of the season, so it happens, right? So So the Jalen Reagor comment was a little over the top. I'll give you that. I was playing too much, but the reality is,
85.
He had a bad game.
PJ Walker's better than Zach Wilson.
He had a bad. Yeah, PJ Walker's way better than Zach Wilson. But look, Devontae had a bad game, man. I'm not going to charge it to him, but it's just that his drops were so critical, and I think that's what my issue was. But he's a guy that I trust. is going to clean it up. So I don't worry about him in the long run. But again, this offensive coaching staff, Nick Sirianni, Brian Johnson, those guys concern me, man. They concern me because, again, you have the personnel. My concern is they're going to outcoach themselves.
Yes.
That's my problem. They're going to overthink the situation. But
Nick Sirianni tomorrow at the press conference, I could just see it. This is all on me.
Nick Sirianni and Crying Johnson.
Nick Scary. Hey, these guys make a good Halloween duo, man. Holy cow, they're perpetrating themselves as coaches. You might want to have a conversation with your coaching staff today without Howie in the room, too, that guys have to put these players in a better position. Like I said to you in closing here, you know what, man, if I'm a heavyweight champion and I'm a knockout artist, I ain't trying to spar with you, my friend. I'm going to try to throw haymakers and knock the shit out of you. And the Eagles throw haymakers. They don't spar. Mm-hmm. They knock you out. They sparred with they fought Floyd Mayweather and they were George Foreman. And Floyd Mayweather wore you out in the end.
Man, Sills, my final word is this. This is the kind of loss that can either embolden you or it'll force you to curl up in the corner. I trust this personnel. I trust Jalen Hurts. I trust Jason Kelce. I trust Hassan Reddick. I trust, I trust the leaders on this team, Fletcher Cox and all those boys, Lane Johnson. I trust those guys to remind this team of who they are and where they want to go. Because the reality is, you got to check yourself. Where do we want to go? Who do we want to be? Do we want to be the Jets? Is that who we are? Or are we trying to make some noise in the playoffs and actually win the Super Bowl? Who do we want to be? What do you want to be remembered as? Do you want to be remembered as the team that drops the ball when it matters most? Do you want to be remembered as a team that can't get out of their own way?
I'll tell you, you are. You're 21-2.
So I'm done with you, man. I'm done with you, man.
Good stuff, my friend. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Sills, man. It's always a pleasure, man. It's always fun, man. Hell of a talk, man. We learned a lot about these Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. But again, man, to the victor goes the spoils. The Jets get to enjoy this for the next couple of days. On to Miami, man. Let's get it done because I'm nervous.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, man. I'm going to tell you something, too, when we come back out of the timeout here. What I don't want to see. I appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much, Tone. Hey, our good friends, do me a favor, our friends at Hooters here. Our winners, congratulations to a couple of our winners here from last week's drawing. We'll start it up again tomorrow. All you have to do is send information to our email, and we're going to throw a code word out tomorrow. Then you can maybe become a winner like those fellows right there. Dan Sileo Show at gmail.com for your chance to win. There'll be a code word tomorrow throughout the entire 4 hours. All you have to do is identify it, and you could be a winner like Daniel and Darren for you to be able to get those gift certificates. And we announce the winners each and every single Monday on a Football Monday. Also, Monday Night Football tonight. Make sure you get into any one of the Northeast Hooters locations at northeasthooters.com. Find that location nearest you. The 40th anniversary, Hooters and football, they go together, right? Along with the iconic Hooter girls, man. Do me a favor. Go into any one of the locations. If you don't want to go in, go to the app, HootersToGo.com. Tuesdays, some of the great 40-year traditions. Tuesdays, buy 10 wings, 10 boneless. Wing Wednesdays, a 40-year tradition that's been going on since the inception, 1983. That's how much it cost. Simple, $19.83, all you can eat. Kids eat for free on Saturdays. NortheastHooters.com. That's NortheastHooters.com. Do me a favor. When you roll into any one of the Hooters, you tell them Big Sil sent you.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wildwood days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Big Sales National Football Show. We appreciate you coming aboard here, and please hit the like button. Gary Cobb from Fox 29 will be with us at the bottom of the hour. Who do you think's having a better season this year, Dak Prescott or Jalen Hurts? Now, they played tonight to close up week 6. Who do you think is playing better? Who's playing better? Dak or Jalen? Interesting how you look at it. Robert, neither. You tell me. Now, Dak has another game to play tonight, but let's look at Jalen so far this year. 213 attempts, 441 completion, 1542 passing, 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 66.2 completion percentage, 84.7 quarterback rating. Now, 63 rushing, 253 and 5 touchdowns. You do have to put that in part of the conversation. But I think that's becoming less of a conversation because of the way the Eagle coaches don't want that part of the equation. You know what's crazy? Let me say this to you guys. You guys are smarter than the Eagle coaches. Sills, how can you forget the 11 touchdowns and 750 yards? Why, your coaches do. You're smarter. You're right. You're right. Your coaches forget. Sometimes I think they forget what a dual threat he is. Or it's either this, they forget, or they're afraid to get him hurt. Hey, who do you think is afraid to get hurt more, Jalen Hurts or the Eagles? Who do you think is more fearful of an injury to Hurts, Jalen or the Eagles? Here's Dak. Remember, Dak's only played 5 games. So tonight, these numbers will look a little different. Okay? I don't think Jalen... Right. I think the Eagles do. Here's Dak Prescott. 5-game sample size versus a 6-game. So a little off numbers here. Probably throw the ball 35 times tonight. Probably put him around 200. Same as Jalen, 200. Jalen's at 213. Going into the game tonight, having played one less game, Dak is 160 attempts, 111 completion, 1061 in yards, 5 touchdowns, 4 picks, 69.4 completion percentage, 87.5 quarterback rating. They're playing the same. Cowboys win without Dak. Eagles lose without Jalen. I didn't ask you that. I asked you who's playing better. What are you talking about? Jalen lost the game last night. They're playing the same. Dak's got more completion percentage. And Jalen's got more TD to interception ratio. Not by a lot either. He's got 3 more picks than him. Actually, Jalen's been more of a turnover threat. 1,800 total yards, 12 touchdowns, and 8 turnovers, 6 games. Hurts 1,100 yards, 5 total TD. Hurts does. They're playing the same. They're playing the same. Hold on, dude. He's played one less game. I said that. He's played one less game. Hurts wins. Yeah, he sure looked it yesterday. If it wasn't for Jalen's rushing ability, this is where I'm going. Thank God Tone's here, or you guys would all be completely left on an island of misfit toys. They're basically playing similar football. But the Eagles want to get away from his strength, which is setting up the pass with his legs. Why do you want him to look like Dak? Why the Eagles want him to look like he looks like Dak this year? He looks like Dak. Why are you making that quarterback look like the Dallas Cowboy quarterback with all the turnovers? They're playing similar ball and throwing the ball. Why are you making him look like Dak? Oh, you know what's crazy? They'll even deny what they're doing. And you see this, Tone? They're not similar. In passing, they are. Actually, Dak Prescott's more accurate than your guy. Was that a lie too? This is where things went wrong for McNabb. The difference is this. The organization wanted McNabb to use his legs more. McNabb is the one that decided not to run anymore. I'm willing to bet Hurts wants to use the entire arsenal. So do I. I'm going to make this point to you before we bring on Gary Cobb here. And Armando Salguero from Outkick will be with us at 5:30. And I'm going to say this to you. If you think you're going to play that zone coverage against the Miami Dolphins, you better start ringing up prop bets because they're going to hang 500 yards on you. And they're going to put a 50 burger on you. I'll tell you this coaching on that offensive side is horrific. It's horrific. Let's bring in Gary Cobb from Fox 29. Gary, I'm going to start this off by doing this. And I want maybe because you as a 10-plus year guy probably will have a better answer than than Nick Sirianni will at his press conference tomorrow. So explain this. You got a 17-12 lead. You're 134. The Jets have no timeouts in the ball game. You have a mountain, a litany of injuries. Why don't you just run the clock out, get 2 first downs, end the ball game, get on the bus, go down 95 and go home and get ready for Miami? Instead, you're throwing the ball. And on top of that, Gary, you're throwing the ball 45 times against a team that's been struggling. Am I wrong when I say the coaches really didn't help Jalen Hurts and that football team out?
I mean, I don't understand, especially the difficulty that that they were having, stopping the run. I mean, coming into the game, they couldn't stop the run, but the Eagles just throwing the ball every play. I mean, really, they threw the ball over 50 times because a lot of his scrambles, they were passing plays. So, but, it just seems like, most of the offensive coordinators nowadays, they're pass happy. They really would like to throw the ball every play, but they clearly they didn't help things. Jalen was struggling. They weren't helping things because, the way a quarterback is, even though that first interception really wasn't his fault. A quarterback's not sitting easy when he throws a pick. He throws a pick, and you can see he was kind of struggling. And just to have him throw the ball that many times, it just it doesn't make any sense. But Nick, down in his heart, when Nick lays in the bed at night, guys dream about stuff. Nick dreams about passing. He was a wide receiver coach. He wants to throw the ball. The offensive coordinator was a quarterback. These guys want to throw the ball, and times. They get away from the fact that here you got Lane Johnson go down. You can't be throwing the ball all the time. You got a backup right tackle. And they were beating him quite a bit. And, these guys just love to throw the ball, and it's just too much. And it cost them. I mean, we all knew that they were going to, the way they were playing, they're not playing their best football. This is going to catch up with them. And, that's the game it caught up with them. Could have caught up with one of the other games earlier in the season, but, this is where they caught up with them. But I agree that they're just throwing the ball too much.
How about this, Gary? I hadn't thought about it until right now. But to me, when I think of Brian Johnson, and I throw these numbers at you here, Dak Prescott, 160 attempts, 111. This is with 5 games, 1061 yards, 5 touchdowns, 4 picks, 69.4 completion percentage, 87.5. Then you look at Hurts, 6 games, 213, 141, 15, 7 touchdowns, 7 INTs, 66.2. Brian Johnson was the offensive coordinator at Mississippi State, and he coached Dak Prescott. Boy, it surely seems that Brian Johnson is coaching Jalen Hurts like Dak Prescott. Because they're pretty much having similar years. Am I wrong am I off base when I'm saying? Because Gary, they ran the ball. They stopped running the ball in the second half.
Yeah.
They got away completely from it. Do you think that, it just looks at Brian Johnson, the way that he thinks coaching the RPO kind of guy, or they want him to look like Dak.
Yeah.
He looks more like Dak right now than he did Jalen of a year ago.
Well, they do like the RPOs. They love to run those RPOs, and teams have done a good job against that. That's clearly they have not been as strong in that area as they were. When they run the ball, they basically were handing the ball off and letting the running back run and getting that offensive line, letting them take over the game. That's when they've had success running on the ground. Jalen hasn't had, he had the one game where he really took off, and those were scrambles.
Rams.
Really he had some big runs on the scrambles and everything. But for the most part, they have not had he's not having a big year with the RPOs like he did last year, because teams have made adjustments. And they still have not made, the solid adjustments to that You've seen some big plays. I mean, AJ has been consistent, but I don't see anywhere else where you say you've really seen consistency of
You think he's
success
regressing?
offensively.
You think he's regressing, Gary?
Jalen?
Yes.
I know confidence-wise he is. You can see he doesn't have the confidence. And I think he's given up on plays early where he pulls that ball down. He starts looking at the line. You're starting to see that. So I think that clearly there has been, there definitely has been some regression there with regards to, his vision, because once you bring your eyes down, it doesn't matter who's open out there. You can't see them. So, and then, he starts relying on his legs more. That's what he was in the progress of relying less on the legs, where he could just stand in there. But I just don't see the confidence,
Don't you see a lot of 2021 rolling right, feeding one guy?
That's right.
It just looks a little bit like 21 again, right?
That's what I see. When he's taking off more. He doesn't have the confidence, like I said, to just stand in there and just operate from that pocket, which is what he's been trying to progress into. And I saw some of the comments that Seth was making about the black quarterback and everything. But it's not just the black quarterback. Look at Steve Young. Steve Young was in Tampa. Steve was running using his legs.
Yep. And in San Francisco.
Yeah, but at San Francisco, though, he learned more. And so he became to where, it's almost he's out there with a uniform totally clean because he hasn't run, he hasn't been tackled. He's just operating from the pocket, see, relying on that. And then still knowing, though, I got the wheels still here if I need them. But I'm gonna let the guys run their routes. And I'm going to try every game to where I'm going to give them a chance. Hey, you get open, that ball's coming at you, and you get where you rely on your legs less. And, Steve Young grew into that. And, I saw it with Randall Cunningham as well. I mean, Randall grew into it, a pocket passer.
But I never realized it, Gary, until Seth pointed it out that offensive coordinators didn't develop the black quarterback more. They relied more on the stereotype of athleticism and said, well, shit, I'm just going to run it if I have to, because these other guys, they don't want to run it. And to me, it's kind of a stereotype because, but you know what? If you think about it, that's why Moon had to go to Canada because they wanted to coach him a different way. And he didn't want to play that way. And Canada throws the ball all over the yard. Yeah. And if it wasn't for Canada, Warren Moon's not a Hall of Fame NFL guy. Canada did more for Moon than any coach did. Even Ken Herrick.
But I will say, like I said, it's the athletic quarterback, which I've said, like Young would be in there. But these guys, where it is a tendency where if you got that ability.
Josh Allen.
That's right. Well, he's trying to do too much, But if you got a guy that's athletic and he knows he can always go that way, they got the temptation to not have the growth that you want to have. But I will say this, that Jalen has been pushing himself that way. He's been smart enough to know, look, you just relying on your wheels, you're not going to last for so long. And all the times you're going to be taking shots, if you're running the ball all the time. And so you want to get to where you only go to pulling that ball down when you have to. Don't be doing it prematurely. Where you don't have pressure, you're imagining pressure. Wait till you have pressure and then you pull it down and take off. But don't do it as a thing where you do not go through your, first, second, third option. You go ahead and you go through that every time to get you in the discipline to where you are reading the coverage, and not just relying on those wheels.
Do you think the offensive coaches panicked after Lane went out? That's why they abandoned the running attack, because it just seemed to me there was more. I mean, all of a sudden it elevated. They went away from the run. You know what's crazy, Gary? I mean,
I mean, especially they had a lead. Look at all the time they had a lead. They had a big lead.
The Jets must have had the lead 7 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm watching the game and I'm like, that 19-play drive.
Yeah.
Perfectly scripted. Swift is involved. They threw the ball to Goddard. Jalen's completing passes. They drove right down the field. And you know what it seemed? Remember that old Bill Walsh sheet? Bill had the first 22. Remember, everyone knew that the 49ers, he was like the first guy. And then what made Bill so good was then he went to the second sheet was in-game adjustments. He would be in situational play calling. And the first one would be here, and the second one would. I've talked to him about it. It just seems once they get off script, they get lost in games.
You know, that does seem that to be happening, and so that's where Nick has to be. You know, he should be able to stand back there where he's looking at it. He's seen what they've run, okay, and then he could almost come in there and start saying, "Hey, okay, now we had success with this. Now we don't want to get away from this, you know, but." You know, a team that has run the ball so well against a team that, I mean, amazingly, I don't see how it's happened, but they weren't good against the run. They're coming in, they're giving up like 170 some yards again on the ground. They're giving up, and you don't run the ball against them. You know, that is now you can't do that. You can't do that. Now that is getting where you're, well, I guess gunslinger happy or whatever you want to call it. Where you want to throw the ball on time against a team that, despite all the good defensive players you see on the Jets, they're not good stopping the run. So why don't you run the ball against them? You run the ball, you go home. You got that lead. You know
what I don't get, Gary. You look at this. You look at the numbers. The Jets beat the Eagles running only 59 plays.
Man.
I mean, I tried telling people, do you understand that's like 2 series a quarter?
Yeah.
And you got beat because those coaches and turnovers. I don't know why they're trying to that's not the guy they gave $50 million to. That's not the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems to be a number one priority for that. I mean, this goes back to Doug, doesn't it?
Yeah,
they've won a high. Is it? Hey, by the way, that leads me to this. Is it too much AJ?
Well, yeah. I mean, I could see where you could say that. The last number of games, they're definitely giving them the ball a lot. You had Devontae have the big drops. You know, that's
3 of them.
Drops. But clearly, I mean, since he went off, they've been feeding AJ that ball. Come on. He's getting the ball. I mean, he's been averaging like 130 yards a game. Every game, AJ's getting the ball a lot. But, you know, when you sit back there and look at this game where you got a lead, where they were up 14-3, and you don't score the rest of that game.
Shut out in the second half.
Come on. That is, I mean, you cannot do that. And
the Jets.
I know the Jets. Yeah, that's. And you talk about it. I mean, their offense didn't really do anything special.
Hey, you know what? You know what really is the most obnoxious thing about the Eagle coaches is that, let's just say you do this on that late with 1:30 left in the game, Gary, and you're up 17-12, and you have Zach Wilson and not Aaron Rodgers on the other side. Even if you take where you took too much time and they penalize you. You punt the ball. Do you really think Zach Wilson is going to go down the field with no timeouts, 80 yards with 1:15 left in the game?
Now, in fairness, now it was 14-12. See, it wasn't 17. It was 14-12.
Okay, 14-12.
Yeah, so they needed
really
a field goal.
Zach Wilson's going down that field 80 yards with 1:14 and no timeouts?
No, he's not going to do that. No, you know he's not going to do that, and that's why it was supposed to be such a walkover in this game, because of Zach Wilson. It wasn't because of the rest of their team. It was because of this young kid, Zach Wilson, and he didn't do anything special. He didn't do anything special in the game, but the Eagles, they gave him the game, the turnovers. I mean, you can't turn the ball over, and win. You're not going to win in the NFL if you're turning the ball over. And why wouldn't you run the football more? I bet you they're having a talk about that right now. They got to run the football. Come on, you got that offensive line. What good is it having them if you don't go ahead and say, hey, fellas, you get them over on the sideline. Hey, look, we got a lead.
Okay, excuse me. It wasn't 80 yards I had to go. He wasn't going 8 yards with a minute 14. Like that mattered with Zach Wilson he was going to go. He wasn't going 8 yards. This is his numbers in the game.
Yeah.
He had 186 yards in the ball game. Yeah. You really think that guy's going 8 yards with a minute 14 and no timeouts left?
There's no way.
In the fourth? Not happening.
There's no way it's happening. And that's why, they really kind of played into it. And they got to think back that they're getting away from who they are.
Completely.
That's what they did in that game. I mean, for them not to run the football against them, they got a good team. But they were giving up like 100, I think it was about 160, 170 yards a game rushing. And you don't run the ball against them.
And get this, Zach Wilson had the worst passing offense entering that game in the league. He was 32nd ranked. And he's going 8 yards with a minute 14 to beat him instead of punting the ball. Talk about moronic.
That's right.
This Miami game, how about this stat coming into this thing? Miami's number 1 in passing. But here's the other thing, Gary. Let me get this number, which I can't think I remember this number since maybe the team, the St. Louis Cardinal team, when they had Marshall Faulk and those guys. They're running the ball 189 yards a game, and they're number 1 in running the ball. They're number 1 in passing the ball, and they're number 3 in sacks coming into this game.
Now,
that's who the Dolphins are.
Yeah, I could see that because that they get a lead. Teams are having to throw the ball a lot. They got the guys can peel put their ears back and just come flying at the snap of the ball. So they're going to get sacks. So you can see where that plays into all of that, man. And the thing is, boy, they could light you up quick, So it's going to be interesting. I don't think, the way the Eagles want to throw the ball so much, I guess they want to get in a shootout. But the Eagles,
I don't want to get in a shootout with the Dolphins.
No, they don't need to get in a shootout with them. But the way they're acting, it's like they want to throw the ball every play, because how could you throw the ball? They should have to have an explanation for that. How could you throw the ball that much against this team where from all the game you're in the lead and you're throwing the ball when you guys always usually rely on your offensive line. You got Lane Johnson goes down. You don't want to throw the ball that much. Come on, what are you doing?
So wait, they threw the ball after Lane goes down. They threw the ball more.
Threw the ball more. That makes no sense.
Hey, what do you think Nick Laiarani's going to say tomorrow at the podium when he gets there? Brian Johnson's calling a great game, and that was my call. Well, that's a moronic call then.
Yeah.
If you're making those decisions. Gary, you tell me if you think that this went on Saturday night and they took the bait. And we were talking about this earlier. So they found out that both corners were out for the Jets.
Yes.
So you know what the coordinator, Brian Johnson, and Nick Sirianni did? They sat there and they go, since they're giving up so much in the run, that's a given.
Yeah.
And what they did eating pizza on a Saturday night, getting ready for that game, they decided that was going to be the focal point and the attack point was that they were going to go after those corners. So before they even got into the game, Gary, they predetermined on what they were going to do. Coordinators don't do that. They wait to see what coaches do to adjust when you have losses like that, like Robert Saleh did, okay? Yeah. You wait and see how they're going to adjust. He did. He brought pressure. They only had 2 sacks. And do you know Jalen Hurts had the most pressure of any Eagle quarterback since 2017 with 20 pressures in that game?
Is that so?
20.
Wow.
It felt like 18 sacks.
Yeah, it did seem like he had more sacks. And they got out of there with 2, boy. Well, you got to give them credit. I mean, it looked like he was running for his life. You think the coaches took the bait? I think they definitely took the bait. And I think what I know they played they played a lot of zone too. They played a lot of zone. They played a lot of zone Because
They had to.
I heard the guy that made the interception.
Yeah, Adams.
He said that he went up and showed blitz, and he said they told him during the timeout, you go up there, show blitz, he's gonna throw the ball right to you. Come back out of there, and that's what happened.
Here's a quote, Gary. Tony Adams says the Jets coach has said in the timeout, if you show blitz, he'll throw the pick. And it happened the next play.
I know Jalen's not happy reading that because that's the kind of thing, boy, really,
I mean, I wish he could pick me lottery tickets like that. I mean, that's the kind of shit where, you know what? That's why that coach at the Jets is saying they embarrassed him because that's embarrassing.
That's embarrassing.
A coach calls a timeout, Gary.
Yeah.
And he goes, show blitz, he's going to throw the pick to you. And it happens.
That's something that keeps you up at night. I know Jalen. Jalen reads that, boy. Well, I tell you what, that's gonna put some fuel on his fire, man. Because that's insulting. That's saying that you're basically like a college quarterback. That's what he's saying to you. I mean, that's what he's saying. You know how insulting
completely.
that is.
That's embarrassing.
That's saying you're a bush leaguer. Where we can just go ahead and bait you, and we know and boom, and you throw the ball to him. I mean,
hey, Eagle
I know
fans in here don't believe that he said it. Tony Adams. There's quotes of it. He said, and there's actually sound on it.
That's right.
That he said that in the timeout they said that if
show him that blitz look, step up in there, show him the blitz,
he'll throw the pick,
and he's gonna throw it right to you, and then boom, go out and do it, boy. I tell you, boy, when Jalen hears that now, that that's going. Oh, man. He's not going to like
you. If
that.
You're the coaches, aren't you embarrassed too for even calling it?
You definitely got to be. You got to. Well, they know they did not do a good job. They know they got to know they didn't do a good job because when somebody comes there and go, do you realize you guys were leading that whole game, and these guys can't stop the run, and you don't run the ball on a team. The Eagles. The thing about them is they're supposed to do both well, where they throw the ball and they can run the ball. But when they want to, they go, look, we got bad news for you guys. We're running the ball the rest of the game. Hey, no sacks. You guys aren't getting these more sacks, okay? No sacks today. We're running the ball on you guys. So you just go. I just go and tell your coach that. Let him know because the party's over.
Man, I'll tell you what. If you're an offensive coach in there and you're so predictable like that, I just want to say this last thing in closing here, Gary. So that whole sequence to me was kind of a microcosm of the entire game plus the turnovers and the injuries. But I will say this. When does it get to a point when Nick Sirianni overrules a play or even Jalen overrules a play? You see, Jalen is such a well-coached kid. He respects coaching. Yeah. But when does it get to a point in his career where he fires back at something and says, that's a shitty play call, man.
That's right.
We're gonna take a timeout or we're not, I'm gonna audible out of that. Where was Sirianni's authority? Yeah. I mean, it just seems to me the whole chain of events and the chain of command. Who's making that call like that?
I guess it was Brian Johnson that he made the call, but
don't you overrule that though? If you're Nick
should come in there. Come on, you're putting it all on the line there because you're right from the standpoint. You punt the ball to them. Come on, man. Yeah, kid ain't marching the length of the field.
32nd worst offense. He ain't going 8 yards.
But they just got away from what they've been known for, which is being able to run the football, and then they throw it when you want to, rather than you're going to make us throw the ball. Come on, that's really frustrating, and they better not do that against Miami. Better not do that against Miami, where you're going to just try to get in a shootout with them, rather than run the ball, man.
Hey, man, I'm going to say this to you. That Miami team might put a 50 burger on you. You want to go to back and forth with you. You'll think that's arena football, Gary.
Hey, if they put 50 up there, stuff's going to start getting real hot here in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah.
Because it'll start heating up already after that one loss. You can
Yeah,
just
because
tell-
then you got the Chiefs, the Cowboys, and the Bills on the flip side of that, and the
Woo!
Commanders.
Man,
And the
This
Commanders seemingly always know what the recipe is on the
That's
menu
right.
when it's Philly.
this thing could get very interesting, boy. I tell you, it doesn't take long.
Absolutely. Absolutely. A loss like that to the Jets for the first time in franchise history.
Woo.
Man, that's got to hurt. Gary, thank you, my friend.
Take it easy. That was ugly.
That was ugly. That was ugly for sure, man. Don't forget, catch my friend Gary Cobb on Fox 29 in Philadelphia. Does a great job there covering the National Football League and covering the Philadelphia Eagles. We really appreciate it. Please hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild days.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Top of the hour, we'll take a look at Week 6 National Football League. Also tonight's Chargers and Cowboys. And in the final hour, we'll have from Outkick, Armando Salguero, NFL Hall of Fame voter, who covers the Miami Dolphins, longtime Miami Herald guy. He'll join us, and we'll talk to him about this weekend's game with the Miami Dolphins. Real quick before I get into Brian Johnson a little more here. What is up with Jason Whitlock calling Deion Sanders the golden calf? Does anyone know what that – do you have an idea what that means? Like the deliverer from like the 10 Commandments? Is that false prophets? False gods or something? They had a tough loss against Stanford. They lost a 29-point lead. And I'm not sure what the implication is, what he means by that. I mean, he calls them the golden calf. I have no idea what that means. Why does this guy hate on other brothers like that, though? Hates on Stephen A. Smith, hates on Deion Sanders. I mean, I don't, where, I think it's false idol. I think that's what it is too, JM. False idol? Does Deion come off like a false anything? I don't get that. According to Exodus, they gathered around Aaron and said to him, "Come make gods for us who shall go before us." Exodus 32:1, rather than remaining steadfast in faith, Aaron gave in. He ordered the people to collect all the gold in their possession and use it to create a golden calf for worship. This is when Moses went to Arafat, or the mountain for the 10 Commandments. And he was gone for months. And Aaron, his brother, that's Moses' brother, supposedly, again, my Catholic religion kicking in, Aunt Betty. God, what a absolute insulting thing to say to somebody. Mount Sinai, thank you, JM. That's what I meant. Mount Sinai. When Moses went to Sinai to get the 10 Commandments, Aaron's brother stayed behind. Jesus, criminy. Crazy. And he attacks him for being black. I mean, hey, you know what? It's funny. Can you imagine if I said, hey, Deion Sanders, college football's golden calf? My God. So what? That's okay because he's black to say it? That's insulting to anybody who's religious or is trying to coach football players. That's just insulting. It's insulting, man. That guy, man. That guy's got no soul. All right. Top of the hour, we're going to look, like I said, at week 6 here. I want to bring this one comment back that I said to Gary Cobb, and you tell me. And even when I brought the numbers up, to you. Here. When you look at the passing numbers for Dak Prescott and for Jalen Hurts, do you think Brian Johnson only knows one way to coach quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts, and that's the Dak Prescott way? Tone goes, Whitlock is forever banned from cookouts. That's why he talks the way he does. So my dad would love to have you at the cookout because you talk shit like he does. I would love your dad, I bet. Oh my God, we'd be sitting around having a fun time, man. Let me know what he drinks too, and I'd be bringing whatever he wants. Okay? Absolutely. You live by the pass, you die by the pass. Also, love you, Sills. Stoked I won the Hooters. Hey, way to go, Dirty D. Congratulations to you, man. Congratulations, dude. Yes, sir. You think Brian Johnson, it's the only way he knows how to coach Jalen is the way he coached Dak at Mississippi State? If that's the case, he is making him look like Dak. Look at the turnovers. Am I wrong? He looks more like Prescott. Well, he still runs more than what Prescott does because that's who he is, and that's what he's always going to want to go back to. But it just makes sense that he's coaching him like Dak. Brian Johnson had Dak at Mississippi State and was a main reason that Dan Mullen loved him and brought him to Florida as an offensive coordinator. Hey, Dirty D goes, God, me too, man. I don't want him to play like Dak. I want him to play like 2022 Jalen Hurts. Sills remind me of my uncle. And you smile. So, James, I'm not sure that's a good thing. Sills ready to put an arm bar on the Logan brothers. No. Oh, yeah, that's right. The YouTube guys. That's all gay. AJ was at Ole Miss, too. No. AJ was at Ole Miss. He wasn't at Mississippi State. A little different. Howie won't hire a coordinator with a backbone. Yeah, but when is Hurts going to get one? When is Hurts going to get one? I'm telling you, you're 21-2. Thank you for hey, Cody. They're 21-2 now. 21-2. What's it mean? Nothing. Lost to the Jets for the first time. Congratulations. You see how, hey, Cody, you see what Eagle fan does, though? Hey, they lost to P.J. Walker. And an iconic defense. You lost to the JV unit of the Jets because of your coaching and turnovers and trying to recreate. It's almost like you're Frankenstein. Hey, right, Tone? They're like Dr. Frankenstein trying to recreate Jalen Hurts in a different look with different body parts. You paid the guy $50 million and you're trying to change him. Hey, don't get hurt. Here. This is how I look at how they're coaching him this year. Jalen, now make sure you wear your galoshes when you go out, in the rain. I don't want you to get a cold. Make sure you bring some Kleenexes to blow your nose. Make sure you have some cough drops with you, and make sure you have some Advil. Don't get your Tootsies cold, and please, whatever you do, don't get hurt. We can't have you hurt. Jalen, we love you. And then listen, if you see a big old bad man coming down the street, I want you to slide. Just get down, cower, do whatever it takes. We want you around for a long time. We really love you. Is that how you really want me to do? Dad? Yes. We're paying you $50 million. We got to have you around, don't we? We don't want you to get hurt, son. Never pat a black guy in the back of the head. It's completely insulting. Always remember that. Okay? Hey, so you got to do, give him a pat here. We don't want you ever. Okay? We don't want ever. We love you. We love you. I don't want you to get hurt. Coaching a guy like he's some sort of like teenage school teacher or like some guy in a that's in a debate. Hey, debate class is tomorrow, Jalen. I can't have you hurt. What was Jalen's numbers in Steichen's first year? It's not so much dirty the number. It's how the offense looked and how it was clicking on all cylinders. And when Hurts had freedom to do what he doesn't have freedom this year, in my opinion. Roland goes, that's funny you should say that. Eagles hate experienced coaches. It's all about molding them to what they want them to be. Roland, hey, Tone, can you put that up for me? Roland, right there. Eagles hate experienced coaches. It's all about molding them to what they want them to be. You see that right there, guys? That's taken from the textbook, Howie 101. That's the fastest way to make sure you never lose the locker room when you're a GM and you have more say. That's Jerry Jones' way of doing shit. Those players aren't accountable to Nick. Jalen Hurts is Mike Tyson under Don King. That would be horrible. Okay? We're going to take a look at week 6. Also, a Hurts comparison. Funny how 1 year, wait, I'll take it back. Funny how a 1 year performance might change the views of certain people. I want to word this right. We're going to do that next. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore. Have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild wood days.
Score and save at Southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Nicodemo Sirianni. Yeah. Oh, man. Nicodemo Sirianni. Hit the like button. Big Sills, man. Appreciate it. By the way, Armando Salguero from Outkick at 5:30 Eastern, talking Miami Dolphins. He covers the Fins. We'll get his thoughts on what looks like an electric offense. Okay, let's do this here real quick. A couple things to hit on. Bunch of things hit on, right? I wrote these 5 teams down. Detroit 5-1, San Francisco 5-1, Philly 5-1, the Chiefs 5-1, and Seattle 3-2. You could probably go Bills 3-2. Who's the best team in the NFL right now? I'm not sure I know. I'm not sure I know. Dolphins, right. Also 5-1. Dolphins 5-1. Chiefs 5-1. Niners 5-1. Detroit 5-1. San Francisco 5-1. There's something quirky about all these teams, to be honest. Right. That's where I'm going here. There's like a flaw here. See, the Eagles didn't have any flaws last year, really. Right? There was no flaws. Maybe your coaching. Now it's your coaching and some spotty situations on defense, and clearly you're coaching on offense. You're not the same team. You're not better than you were a year ago. You're not. You're not deeper. You take a look at that O-line. Jack Driscoll, he was like a floating buoy as a shark was attacking, and he were holding on to the buoy for dear life. Here's Jack Driscoll blocking against the Jets. It's like a weeble. He's like a weeble. Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. That's your boy Jack Driscoll. Weeble wobble. Jackie Weeble wobble, but he won't fall down. Dude, best team in the league? I don't know. Do I believe Dallas? I told you, man, I don't believe on that cheating, no good woman. I don't believe that. No good. No good. Dolphins? We're going to find out a little bit about 2 5-1 ball teams this weekend. I can't wait to get to this next little deal here too. San Fran played a great defense. Philly, for sure. Detroit, getting better. Jacksonville, getting better. Okay? All right. Here we go. Let's do a little bit before we get into week 6 here. I'll re-ask this question because perceptions have changed. You had to build your team around a football quarterback between these two players, Tagovailoa or Hurts. Who would you build it around? I'll say it again to you. If you had to build your football team around one of these two quarterbacks, the two Bama quarterbacks, Tua or Hurts, who would you build it around? You guys take Jalen? I'm not playing with you, Sills. I'm going ghost on this topic. Well, wait a minute. Nick chose. Let's take a look at how their year's going. Shall we? It's funny. Did you not give Jalen all his love last year? MVP candidate. Phenomenal player. Unbelievable. Well, let's see if Tua's reversed the script. Hurts, 213 attempts after 6 games, 141, completion, 66-2, 1542, averaging about 257 yards a game, 7 touchdowns, 7 picks, 84-7. No. Hang on here. Hold on. This is the opponent you're playing this weekend. I'm not just randomly doing this. You're going to see Tagovailoa. This is the Alabama game. This is the Alabama Bowl. This is to see who was right. This is to see who was better. Did Saban actually pick the right guy? Did the Jets and everyone else get it wrong with Tua? Was it really, hey, Tua's the guy you take over Herbert? Now, here's Tagovailoa's numbers heading into the matchup versus the Eagles Sunday. Attempts, Jalen's got more, 213. Tua's got less reps and less attempts. You know, this guy ain't running than Jalen Hurts does. How could that be possible? How does this guy have less attempts? He's got 197 to Jalen's 213. He's got less completions, 140 to 141. He's throwing at a 71-1 completion percentage clip to Jalen 66. Not off much. But here's the big one here. So he's got less completions, less attempts, and he's got almost 1,900 passing yards. The Hurts is 1,500. He's throwing at 312 a game, 313 a game, 257 for Hurts. Almost 43 yards less per game with less attempts. He's doubled them in touchdowns with 14 to 7. He's got 2 less picks, 5. And his rating's 114.4 or 114.1, excuse me. He's on pace right now for 5,300 yards and 40 touchdowns. Now, who do you want to build the team around again? You're killing me. So, I know the song too, dude. Burt Bacharach. Yeah. Yeah. Robert goes, you forgot to add Jalen's running attack. So your coaches forgot. Would Tua be better than Marino? Today's NFL? I don't know. He may throw for more yards. Holy shit. And he's got Mike McDaniel, the guy with the Hello Kitty backpack, and he runs around on like a scooter. And he looks like he belongs at a CPA firm. This guy, he wears Crocs. He's got a Hello Kitty backpack. And he runs around and rides around on a scooter. And that's the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. No, since when doesn't all stats count? I'm asking you, if you had to build your offense around a quarterback, okay, throw the stats out. If you had to throw one of these two guys to run your passing offense, and your offense in today's NFL, would it be Hurts or Tua? Just answer it. Come on now. Don't be afraid. It's okay. Big Sills is here. You want to sit it out like Tone. It's all right. I'm all right with this. Okay? I'm all right. I understand. Jalen all day. Really? How sure are you he's not a one-year wonder? How sure are you? Are you still sure? I'm not saying he is. I'm not saying that. I'm just throwing that out. Are you sure that's the best you'll ever see Hurts? Where's this gigantic upside I'm supposed to see this year that all you were crowing about in the offseason? This next step, where is it? I've yet to see it. Tua's making gargantuan steps. Where is this so-called next step with the same talent? I'm definitely sure he wasn't a one-year wonder. I firmly believe the coach is stiffing him. Where was this when Tua lost last week? I'm looking at a collective group here. Tua's leading the pack right now for the MVP award. Where was all what? Tua was trashed before they got Hill. And what was Jalen before they got AJ? Let's apply it everywhere. I'm not going to entertain that. But there is something to Tyreek when they showed up. But Tone, follow me here. Before Tyreek Hill showed up, they were like 27th and 25th in scoring and in passing. He shows up, they're like first. And it opens up the run game. No, I mean, he has been an impact on that offense. Make no mistake about it. Tua needs to play more than a third of the season. Don't you think Jalen Hurts needs to play more than 1 year before you start crowing him as the best player in the league? I take Hurts. I actually know how to use him. You do, but the coaches in Philly right now don't. You know what, Dirty D? I would probably think you really do. I'm not kidding. I know a high school coach in Stamford, Connecticut that knows how to use Jalen Hurts more than what Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson's coaching him like Dak Prescott. Okay? Building your team. Hey, last 2 years I said Tua was better quarterback and Hurts is the better athlete. And I was a Hurts hater. I take Hurts due to Tua's concussion history. Part of it? Yes, sir. That's the concern. Get this, though. You know what's crazy, Warrior? We're no longer saying that Tagovailoa is not an NFL quarterback. We're now asking, can he stay healthy? What we're asking now here is, what's wrong with Jalen? And I do agree. He's got a tremendous play caller down there, and he's got tremendous talent. And they got a run game. They're number one in everything. That offensive coordinator / head coach could be the best play caller. Get this. Would I take Mike McDaniel over Kyle Shanahan? I don't know. That's closer than you think. Maniac, shut up. Look at that. He wins a Hooters gift certificate and he thinks he's a big horse in here now. Okay. Availability over ability all day. There you go, Tone. Way to go. Right on cue. Tone don't want to answer that. Miami struggled against a decent defense. Yeah, but see, you're going to struggle all year long. The Eagles are going to struggle on offense all year long. You're not going to get any better. Do you understand that? Again, we're going to get to week 6 here in a minute. Do you understand you're not going to get any better on offense? Howie should hire Hurts' father. Maybe he could call better plays. Do you guys think you're going to get better on offense this year? Do you really believe you're going to get better on offense? Does anybody believe you're going to get better on offense? You can't answer this one either? Jesus, criminy. JM does and has the worst phrase that I hate the most. I hope. Hope is a word for losers. I know, I am, I will. I like conviction words. Hope? You know why you're not getting better? Jalen Hurts. It's not about Jalen getting better. Will your coaches get better? See, Tone, it's not about Hurts getting better. At this point, I have to have blind faith that this team will figure this. It's not the team. The players have already figured it out. They're figuring it out right now. When you lose a game like you lost to the Jets, you've already figured it out. You know what's up right now. You know the coaching staff, because we're now you're going into your seventh. I mean, Tone, you're now almost at the halfway point of the season. You're going into your seventh game. Jesus, criminy. I mean, how much longer till you figure it out? How many more weeks do you need? I thought we were going to stop this at week 4, but you wanted another week. Okay. Now you got another week and you got a loss. Now it's early. Is it still early? How many more weeks do you want? How many more weeks do you want? Let's see. Let's throw a number out there. Week 14? I'll tell you this, man. I cannot believe, and I'm happy that we're going to get Armando here. And before we bring him up here, I want to say this to you guys. I'm wrong on Tua. This guy's earned my respect. He's tough. Look at these numbers he's putting up. You know what I've come to the conclusion on with Tagovailoa? It's all about availability now, not ability. That's what it's come down to. This guy's the best quarterback that they've had throw the football in South Florida since Marino. And the factor has been Tyreek Hill. They were down in the 20s before Hill shows up. Now they're killing it, and they're killing it in the run game. This looks like the greatest show on turf. Let's bring in Armando Salguero from Outkick, Hall of Fame voter as well, and we appreciate him coming aboard. How you doing, brother?
I like that shirt.
Legends, baby.
Love it.
Maybe not legendary coaching going on right now, but hey, I don't know. We'll talk. Let me talk about that on the other end here. Am I right when I say this here about Tagovailoa, that he's earned my respect, dude? How are people receiving him now when it comes to looking at him? Because everyone looked at Justin Herbert and went, "We made a mistake. Now I'm doing this." I don't know.
Well, let's establish the fact that Justin Herbert is really good.
He is.
Okay. All right. So it's not like now we're comparing Tua to a loser. Justin Herbert is very good. I saw him at the Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and the guy looks like a power forward. He's like 6'6". Last week Tyreek Hill was joking that Chase Claypool looks like a vending machine running down the field in practice. Well, Justin Herbert looks like a vending machine sitting on top of a refrigerator. So let's just go with that. Let me say something about Tua. When he came to the Dolphins with the number 5 overall pick, he came with durability questions. He had been a great player at the University of Alabama, and everybody in Miami was quote unquote tanking for Tua. Remember that?
Yep.
So it wasn't about Tua, you stink. It was about Tua, you're good, stay on the field, because you couldn't do it at Alabama. Then he comes to Miami and he can't stay on the field, his first year. He can't stay on the field the second year. And last year he couldn't stay on the field because of the concussions. So it has always been about availability. Now, they had a coach named Brian Flores whose staff didn't believe in Tua. And when you don't believe in a guy, you generally don't help him to succeed. And that's what happened. And that's when the narrative of Tua is not only not durable, he's not good. And so now we're kind of fighting back the tide because Mike McDaniel does believe in him. So he's back to, he's good, but he's got to stay on the field to prove it. And it's not us. It's not the media, the pundits, the analysts that say this. The Miami Dolphins, by what they've done, you got to understand this offseason, Jalen Hurts got a contract extension. Joe Burrow got a contract extension. Justin Herbert got a contract extension because their teams believed in them as far as durability and being good. The Dolphins didn't give Tua a contract extension. They said, let's see some more. Let's see if you can stay on the field, and then we'll revisit after the season. So it's the Dolphins who had questions as much as anyone else.
Do you believe that they give him a contract extension if things roll out the way it does, or do you think they're growing with more confidence that he is the guy and that you'll see one of these $50 million deals being given to Tagovailoa?
Oh, absolutely. He's going to get paid. If he can stay on the field, he's going to get paid. The question with him is no longer with the Dolphins about, is he good enough? Can he help us? Can he take us to the so-called promised land? The question is, will he be around to take us to the so-called promised land? I got to remind you, there's still 11 games to play.
Yeah.
So stuff happens sometimes, Sills. And if he stays healthy, he's going to get paid. If he doesn't, it's going to be a conversation.
Is this the best Miami Dolphin team in the last 15 years?
It's hard to remember anyone that was better. I mean, obviously.
Oh, come on, them Joe Philbin teams. Come on, man.
Yeah. No, actually, 1 year, Tony Sperano
Yes.
and Bill Parcells, they actually won the AFC East the year that
Brady got hurt.
Yeah. And and they rolled out the Wildcat, and they had a lot of pretty good players, all of them brought in by Bill Parcells. And so they were all right, but they were nothing like this. They couldn't move the ball like this. Having said that, their defense was probably better than this defense.
Okay, so help me out here. Who is the guy with the Hello Kitty backpack and the rollerblades and the pencil in his ear? And he's got a Hello Kitty backpack, and I think he's the head coach of the Dolphins. I mean, I like him too. There's something about Mike McDaniel that I really like about the guy. Is it because he just seems genuine?
Well, he's definitely that. He is an acquired taste. He's
I think he's brilliant.
Yeah, he's unorthodox. He's you can even say at times he's odd, but you know what? He knows offensive football, and he knows enough about defensive football that he went out and got Vic Fangio, who knows a lot about defensive football, so to be his defensive coordinator. So far, everything that Mike McDaniel has done has been, kind of like a thumbs up, chart up. I would say to you, last year they had like a 4 or 5 game losing skid, And honestly, I said to myself, this is where it goes sideways if that's what's going to happen. And it didn't. He didn't lose the locker room. He didn't lose the trust of the players. They just stayed on an even keel, and they recovered, and they made the playoffs. And so if in that kind of adversity, you're not going to lose the locker room, chances are pretty good you're going to be all right as a head coach.
Has Chris Greer won you over in how he has stuck to his convictions? And even though he moved on from Brian Flores, this looks like an upgrade. They stuck with their convictions in Tua. They knew they had the wrong coaches in there, as you said, because Tua didn't have. You know, it's funny. There's a poor coordinator right now, Armando, in Philadelphia by the name of Brian Johnson, who's hindering, I think, Jalen Hurts' growth. They've figured that they may have needed a better direction on coach for this guy, and Tua has exploded with a wide receiver. And I got to tell you, man, Chris Greer, I thought he made a massive mistake because I thought Brian Flores completely made that team better and better every year. But the whole thing has been an upgrade, and you got to go back to him.
Chris Greer has made the amazing conversion from we're going to build through the draft and we're going to make everything right through the draft to I'm going to, throw some Hail Marys and see what happens. And that included giving up first-round pick for Tyreek Hill. That included giving up first-round pick for Bradley Chubb. That included giving up, a draft pick for Jalen Ramsey. He has gone away from we're going to build through the draft to I'm going to build any way that I can, and I'm going to, throw some money at problems that I don't solve through the draft, and we'll see what happens. And what has happened is they have a better team as a result.
Do you think this is a Super Bowl team?
Okay, so they're 5-1, right? They're 5-1. They beat the 1-5 Patriots. They beat the 0-6 Panthers. They beat the 1-5 Giants. They beat the 1-5 Broncos, and they beat the 2-2 Chargers, and they lost to the 4-2 Bills. In the next month or so, they're going to play teams like the Eagles that are not 1-5, that are not schlubs. And they're eventually going to play Kansas City, another non-schlub. So ask me if they're legit after they've played non-schlubs. Because right now they're 1-5, having beaten 4 schlubs.
Wow, man. You have been beaten up so bad over the decades that you just you are not going to relent. Knowing that the Dolphins used to be the gold standard in the NFL, you've been beaten down so bad, you got to prove it to me, man. Because until you prove it to me, I'm not going down that lane yet.
It's a prove it league. It's a prove it to me league. I mean, look, if it were the other way around, if they had beaten the 5-1 Patriots and the 6-0 Panthers and the 5-1 Giants, I'd be telling you this team is, a buzzsaw and they're not going to be stopped. But I mean, argue the facts. Tell me where I'm wrong.
All right, couple NFL questions for you. Make sure you check him out on Outkick too. Do you think they fired Bill Belichick from GM, not the coach, so that he can say? I find it hard to believe that Bob Kraft is going to keep him around 5 more years to chase down Shula just for the regular season record and have crappy football, Armando, just for the sake of it. It just seems to me that the roster right now, it's just not getting retooled, and that used to be on Bill. Now he's not doing it. You think he gets fired from that job? I don't know if he gets fired from head coach. I don't think so. But how do you think that plays out in New England?
Well, he actually should have lost that capability a while ago. Remember, Bill Belichick went to Georgia, saw Sony Michel and Nick Chubb and picked Sony Michel in the first round, left Nick Chubb on the board. He picked N'Keal Harry over A.J. Brown and DK Metcalf. This has been going on for about, I would say, 7-8 years, and he always had the binding agent that would stop the bleeding, and the binding agent wore number 12 on his back, and his name was Brady, and he made middling other players. He raised them up to be 12-4, 13-3. We're in the playoffs every year, and who knows what happens once we get there. He doesn't have that anymore. And it's as simple as that. I mean, let's not make this into like freaking rocket science. His quarterback is bad. His drafting has been mediocre to below average, and he doesn't have the superstars or the superstar that erases all the bad decisions. One of which, by the way, was Brady is too old now. We don't want to pay him $30 million. Let's let him do what he wants to do. If he wants to leave, we'll continue on. Okay, well, Brady went on and won a Super Bowl and went to the playoffs 3 years in a row. Good decision.
Finally here, before I get to my Canes here, Armando, you being involved with the Hall of Fame here, let me ask you this. Can a player play himself out of the possibility of being taken and put in that room for Hall of Fame like Russell Wilson? Do you think that when you look at everything is said and done, he's had a heck of a run, but it just looks now completely unraveled? I mean, it's just, he really needed maybe the structure of Pete Carroll and Marshawn Lynch, the Legion of Boom, more than people really thought. And can you play yourself out of that room?
Sure. I mean,
do you think he's a Hall of Famer?
So I get these questions a lot, and let me try to explain it. On that day, if Russell Wilson is in the room being discussed, there will be 7 other guys in the room being discussed. And it's not whether Russell Wilson is a Hall of Famer. It's whether 5 of those other guys are more deserving or not. Because many times what has happened is guys that are eventual Hall of Famers don't get picked for the Hall of Fame. They are not, first ballot Hall of Famers. Some of them are 3rd, 4th, 5th ballot Hall of Famers. They're still Hall of Famers, but they failed to get into the Hall of Fame 4 different times previously. I had that experience with Zach Thomas, who I presented for the Hall of Fame. It took some work.
Oh, yeah.
To get Zach in the Hall of Fame, but he's a Hall of Famer. And so what I'm trying to get across is I believe he is. I don't know if he will be on his first try or his second try. And, oh, by the way, he's not having a terrible season.
No.
I mean.
The defense is ranked last in almost every category.
How does that help a quarterback? And I watched the other night, their receivers don't get open.
I know. Jerry Jeudy stinks.
What's up with that? So we're focusing in on the quarterback, but that team's got other issues. Maybe the head coach probably shouldn't have, called the previous head coach a circus and all of that, because people got upset, and karma is,
Yeah, it's a
rough.
bitch.
Yeah.
Hey, how about this, Armando? I personally think Sean Payton's overrated. He's got the same postseason record as Mike McCarthy, and yet, the media loves him because this guy was on TV. What has he done without Breeze? Draft Taysom Hill? I mean, when that conversation comes up, I'm on these panels for Jared Bell and Jason Cole and all these other guys. They ask me, an opinion to pick from 15 guys, 5 guys. About 10 of you Hall of Famers, I get asked, who do you like, Dan? Just an opinion. They kind of poll a bunch of people. And it's now come to the conclusion here. Armando, don't you think, instead of what Dion wants, a special room, don't you think there's too many people going into the Hall of Fame every year that there should be a lesser guys instead of more guys? Because we're starting to make that thing seem, I mean, Fred Dean, all right. I mean, I guess so. I mean, Leroy Butler, I kind of get it. But I mean, I don't know. Really? Why are we putting so many guys in the Hall of Fame?
You're saying it's watered down. I get it. Here's what the problem I have with it is I hear a lot of let's right the wrongs of the past, and get these, past great players into the Hall of Fame. I never saw those guys play.
But why would you, Armando, why would you change the history of the writers from that era who didn't think that they were Hall of Famers so that they could put that on you to change the narrative from those guys who were you back in the day? That does a disservice to what your vote is.
Yes. I mean, again, the righting the wrongs, it kind of is a slap in the face of the selectors that came before, who were every bit as good at their job as what the current selection committee is, and knew those players back in the day better than we do today, because they actually lived it, saw it, and made the decision. I mean, it's not a perfect, having said that, it's not a perfect, system. What is, right?
Right.
But I whenever I think about players that played in the 40s and the 30s and my parents weren't born, I mean, really?
What do you want from me? Armando, right? Hey, what do you want from Armando Salguero? What do you want?
My parents
were
in
me?
Cuba.
Hey,
I'm supposed to decide what these guys were doing in the NFL in the 30s? Oh, okay. Let me go look at the videotape. Oh, there is none.
My grandfather was playing baseball in Cuba. What do you want from me? Hey, all right. Here's the $1 trillion question. Is Mario Cristobal the right guy for the Miami Hurricanes? Wow.
So, I mean,
hope.
I hope so. No, you're not. You've lost hope.
I'm 100% behind him. Watch this. Wait, watch this. Watch my face. I'm 100% behind him. Sorry, I got a twitch here. I'm gonna do it again. I'm 100% behind him. So if I come off like I'm a little twitchy on that question, I am 100% behind him. I don't think we could be changing coaches in and out like that. I just got to be better though, man. We've had sorry ass football for 20 years. I'm tired of it.
So, Sills, once upon a time, this was quarterback you, right?
You bet.
Jim Kelly, Bernie Kosar, Vinny Testaverde, to a lesser degree, Steve Walsh.
They were all on the same team.
Yes. I look at Tyler Van Dyke. I look at the guys that have been playing quarterback for the University of Miami the last
20 years.
And which one of those guys went on to even a solid NFL career? None of them. Meanwhile, I see North Carolina, they've got this guy that's going to go,
Drake May.
Yeah. I mean, come on.
The guy, Mitchell Trubisky, they have had first-round draft choices come out of Carolina. I can't remember the last, it had to be Vinny, the last time we had a first-rounder.
That's a long-winded way to tell you quarterbacks matter in college as well as in the pros, if not more, because in college, one guy can make a huge difference. In the pros, he can make a big difference. Get me Mario. You're an awesome. He is a proven awesome recruiter. Go recruit me. I get it. You went and got an offensive line. Get me a quarterback.
Well, you might want to turn your TV off for that FSU game. Hey, I don't know. I don't feel very good. Hey, I don't feel very good about that FSU game. I'll just say that to you, man. That guy Norville. Hey, real quick, what do you make of Dion? What he's doing?
I love what he's doing.
You know what? Here's my fear, Armando. My fear is that they blow that turd out at Florida, that Napier guy, and all of a sudden you put that Gator badge on Deion Sanders in the state of Florida. Jeez. That would be every team in the state of Florida and in the southeastern part of the country's nightmare if that guy were to get that Gator job, because that would be a nightmare.
That would be a nightmare. Although I got to say to you, I wouldn't be surprised if Deion's next step is not
the Cowboys.
If it's NFL, exactly.
Cowboys or Atlanta.
There will be a team that goes, okay. I mean, yeah, we can pick this anonymous offensive coordinator who had one really great run 1 year and he's hot now and he's a name, or we can pick a guy that's been around for 30 years, played at the highest level, and is now coaching, doing a heck of a job coaching, and clearly has the wherewithal to move men. Let's put it that way. He motivates men.
He surely does. Armando, man, thank you for all the time, man. I love you so much. You always find time for me, too. By the way, Dave Hyde's coming on tomorrow, so he's going to give me his perspective. You know, I don't know, man. Dave always wrote some dog crap on me. So, you know, you and me are Miami Hurricanes. I think he's an FIU guy or something. I don't know. He's not
I think he's Miami of Ohio or something.
He ain't blood, man. You and me are blood, brother. I mean,
That's
right. That's right. I think he is something like he's somewhere out there in the Midwest. He ain't no Miami guy, man. No. What the hell does he know? Armando, thank you, brother. Outkick, folks. Make sure you check him out. Does great work for them. Hall of Fame voter as well. Thank you so much, Armando.
All right, Sills. Love you, man.
You bet, man. Love Armando, man. What a great personality. Don't forget to catch him also on Outkick. We will look at week 6 of the NFL. We'll reset the game from Sunday. Hit the like button. Keep it here on the National Football Show.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.
If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio, or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Heading down the shore, have a ball once more.
Here, imaginations run wild and time stands still. Because here, you can find the best of the Jersey Shore, all on one 5-mile island. So leave the old you behind and get lost in the woods.
Wild, wild, wild brigade.
Score and save in southeastern PA and Delaware with Colony Pools this football season, and let the experts close your pool with a custom Merlin safety cover in green for the birds. And if you join our Winter Watch team, we'll give you another 20% off, and Colony Pools will handle it all. Keep your tiles on your pool, not in your pool. Fly with Colony right now, Birds fans. Visit flywithcolony.com. EAGLES, Eagles.
Boy, you guys overthink everything, don't you? I mean it. Your Eagle coaches overthink everything. So your 12 men on the field penalty was a result because you had to get your boy Nakobe Dean in. That's arrogance. That's arrogance. You don't need to put that guy back in right now. It's just the whole thing was arrogant coaching. It was just thinking, you know what? It's funny. The players don't believe that. That's why I'm very sure Jason Kelce didn't want to hear from the coaching staff. And it was a players-only meeting. Was because of that dynamic. Man, your coaches are in the way. There's no two ways about it. You've got terrible, and here, let me tell you what's making Sean Desai a good coach. He's having to coach inside of Howie Roseman's sandbox, and he's doing an exceptional job doing it. He's doing an exceptional job given the tools and the parameters that he can work in. That, to me, shows me that he's got the capability of being a very good coach in any system that he's placed in. He's a chameleon. Okay, this is what I have to work with. No problem. And he's a problem solver. He's a complete problem solver. You know, he looks at it this way. Well, we're not very good in pass protection or pass defense. So let me bring more pressure. Hey, front four guys, let's run more games up front. Let's see if we can confuse them more. Tracy, we need more pressure from our guys that are playing really well. It just seems that he knows the right buttons to push on that defensive side of the football. Okay? And he's perfect on Howie and what kind of coach Howie wants. The problem that you have with the offensive side, what's changed? Why are you not that good over there? How about this? Why are you making critical mistakes on the more experienced side of the ball? Could somebody answer? Why are you making more mistakes? Where's your inexperience? I thought this guy, Brian Johnson's known Jalen since he was 8 years old. How's that playing out? Wasn't that the thing you guys kept telling me? That Brian Johnson has known Jalen since he was like 2 years old or some shit? What factor has that had? What factor? Like here, do I think that Brian Johnson is going to struggle versus Vic Fangio? Without a doubt. Do I think Desai is going to struggle versus Mike McDaniel? That I'm going to be interested in watching because he better have. You know what Sean McDermott said about McDaniel? They're running revolutionary formations that he's never seen before. And that the things they're doing in Miami, very few people have seen. He's such a creative, as Armando just said, and not for everyone. He's an acquired taste. So you better be ready, man, or you're going to get your shit coached out of you again. Your head coach is not a strong, smart, And you know what? And no backbone. Who, like I said, if you can't answer that question when you're late in the ball game and you don't veto a pass play with the lead and no timeouts, and you don't veto that pass that was the pick, and get this, that guy actually, and there's sound of it, where that kid Adams says, we called the timeout, we said this, show blitz, Jalen will throw the pick. And he did. I'll tell you something, man. That's about as embarrassing for a coordinator and a quarterback as you could possibly have. They completely embarrassed your coaching staff. On that play, the decisive play in the game, they embarrassed you on it. Eagles did not lose that game. They gave that game to them on a silver platter. That's what that was. Where was Jalen's leadership? Hey, we're not running this. You know what? I'm going to give him a pass on it because you know why? He's still a young player. And young players are not going to be like that and contradict their coaches. That's something that I would say that he's not there yet at. Okay? But, dude, you got $55 million, and they put the investment in you. They're also counting on your judgment, too. Because, get this, would we not agree? There's just poor judgment going on now. And you know what? And I keep hating to have to say that because I do not want to throw Sean Desai in that. And I'm not going to. So I want to always preface it by saying, I think he's absolved from that. I think Rocker's doing a great job. Okay? Twiz goes, no pass, just don't make it a trend. Well, it was such a trend, Twiz, it was the play of the game that they knew was coming. Get this. The Jets put the cheese on the trap, and they bit it like the amateur coaches they are. Dude, there's no other way to look at it. You bit on the cheese. You bit on the cheese. They even set you up the night before by going, hey, our two corners are out. Well, let's throw the ball. And you know, it's funny. Tone used the words arrogance prior to the show starting. And as the show has evolved, it really is. Well, because we're so good at what we do. And you're not. That, get this. They believe they're better than they are. They really do. Not the players. Because the players like Kelsey know what's coming. The players, I do not blame the players. Coaches are in the way. Man, you know what? Maybe I'll make this even more. How about this? The organization's in the way. Dude, they're in the way. This is like Jerry Jones shit. Who made that? Watch this. You want to hear something even crazier? Do you want to hear something crazier? Not one media person will ask at tomorrow's press conference, whose decision was it to throw the ball late in the game with the lead when the Jets had no timeouts with 1:20 left? Instead of running it, then on fourth down, kicking it, and make Zach Wilson have to go 50 yards for a field goal when he couldn't go 5 yards all day long. Whose decision was that? Why would you put the game into the hands of the best part of the Jets, their defense, instead of giving it to the 32nd ranked offensive passing attack? The worst passing attack in the NFL with no timeouts and Zach Wilson. you think they were going to drive the field to put it in a field goal range to beat you? Really? Look, AJ blew up because he's seen this coming. Kelsey did as well. Smith had an issue. Now Hurts looked like he was like, what the F last night. Hey, Warrior, I do not, and dude, get this. That's how weak the media in Philly is. They think Jalen Hurts was flustered, and they think Jalen Hurts was rattled. That guy wasn't rattled. If he's rattled by his coach's decisions, not about the Jets. The Jets didn't do shit to him. The coaches put him in a shit position, and his performance, he wasn't good. He wasn't good. He cost them that game. You know, two things can be true. Did Jalen keep him in the game? Yes. Did Jalen cost him the game? Yes. Yes, on both sides. Yes. Okay? I mean, you could, and by the way, you could keep making excuses up that this is not my turnover, that's not my fault, this is not. At the end of the day, he's turning the ball over every game since the Super Bowl. Every game that he has played, it seems, there's been a turnover. How many games since the Super Bowl has he not had a turnover in? One? One? I'm losing track. Get this. Tone just said none. He's turned it over in every game this year. So for the last 7 games, Jalen Hurts has turnovers, including the Super Bowl. Either fumble or INT. You don't think that's an issue? And a trend? Or is that not his fault either? Every game since the Super Bowl. And in that Super Bowl, it was a scoop and score. Every game. 7 games. All right. Sorry about that, man. I got going here, man. Hey, I appreciate it. I'm sorry here, man. I got going here. Xander, Big Joe, thank you very much. You guys have all been awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you again. Hey, Tone. I thought I had another hour to go. I mean, I've been going here, man. I apologize to everybody. Tone, thank you so much, man. You guys are just fantastic. We'll start up the gift certificates. Hey, we going OT sales? What's up? All good, man. Hey, who do you have tonight, Tone? I got the Chargers over the Cowboys. I'm going 38-31 Chargers. Okay? Chargers by 3? All right. Hey, we will see you tomorrow going 2-6. Thank you guys for showing up. Tone, thank you, my brother, and we'll see you on the flip side.
Football and Hooters, the perfect pair.